Good morning, boys. I woke up at 8 in the morning. I went to sleep at 5 in the morning. And I was up at 8, and I went, man, I'm gonna go upstairs. I'm gonna lay down. I'm gonna take like a 2-hour nap. I deserve it. And then the crushing weight of every moment is me missing out on an opportunity to be testing hit me. And now we're here, baby. Gotta be better to yourself. You're not my dad. My dad doesn't know I'm doing it either. Shh, don't tell him. Raphael, thank you for redeeming the darkness. The darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the darkness will stay redeemed. No, I might take like a midday nap-a-rooney and then come back. We'll see. Boop, boop. Oh, YouTube. Oh no. Hold on. Hold on, YouTube. YouTube, hold on. I forgot to add the chat window to my stream. Hello, Sean. What's going on, Clemente? Hello. How was first playthrough? Oh, it was great. We tried so much stuff. Testing like a motherfucker. Exactly. See? Pilot gets it. Returned. Welcome back, Nukem. So, what I'd like to do is I'd like to set up some tests. What we got? Test. Warlock, levels 75, build strength. So, you subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one. Hold on. Activity. Players, time, feel. Nukem, thank you very much for the 11 months. Okay. Activity. Elite snipe. Elite snipe. The Eldritch Pindle. Back to back. P1. Okay. All right, Yerp, sir. Who have I enjoyed most with the Warlock? Definitely the Abyss Tree. Just the spell Ring of Fire in general, and then Demon. So I'm gonna test all of the summons and these builds, and then we need to do a mechanical deep dive on how all of these attacks are working, and then make starter level gear for that and see how that works. You think putting time and what would be quite a bit of money into a 40-year-old game was really worth it? I think it's worth it. Yes. Microsoft wouldn't let it be not worth it, I would say. So technically, I have to include time to do this, so... Let's get our live split up. No. Edit splits. Okay. Okay.
This is a distant Scott.
30 seconds. Okay. Try that one more again. Is Mang Songs near best in slot? Mang Songs is a very good option, yes. Is it near best in slot? It's definitely near best in slot. It's a very good option for sure. $28. That makes about sense. That's 29. And feel smooth. We'll do Elite Snipe on a higher player settings. We shouldn't, but we will. Is the summon thingy good? It can be, for sure. But which summon thingy are we talking about? Oh.
This is a distant Scott.
35 seconds. Fine. Okay. So we'll do cows. P1. Cows. Full clear cow level. Dropped the Goatman build. I didn't have the Goatman build. I was testing all the different leveling builds that you could do. I did not drop it. I wasn't playing a build. I was testing builds.
Hello again.
Which I would define differently. Smoothest leveling is Miasma Bolt, Miasma Chain. It's not even close. It's like insane how good it is. I turned on Players 8 after like Stonyfield and I didn't turn it off. End of statement. I just didn't turn it off. So what I did was I did a couple different leveling setups. And now I've been testing individual skill trees, and now I'm testing level 75 builds. That's been my... I've gone about it. Full clear starting timer in red portal. Is this one of those scenarios where you actually don't want to have a mercenary? Maybe. Can I briefly describe why and when I would want a mercenary? So a lot of the damage output from this build comes from being able to pull monsters into these chains. And how efficiently you can do that. So if my mercenary is gaining aggro, then they're not walking into the chains as efficiently. Also, generally speaking, a starter mercenary cannot survive cows, so he's actually just like an efficiency of continuously resurrecting him. That is, becomes a problem. I should check that Cryptic Axe. Yeah, this feels a lot better without him carrying along.
I need a key.
Yeah, it actually feels a lot better without him. I should be recording this whole time.
Hi Mac, can't stay but just wanted to say hi, I'm hoping you're well. Yesterday's news got me real hyped for the future of D4.
Yamakuki, thank you very much for the 1 year. Happy anniversary. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming through at all. Yeah, I don't want a mercenary here. Alright. That was 440, but I don't quite believe that was representative. Can't imagine I used to be terrorized. I thought it was only the tombs now. They've added new terror zones. Mirrored blades on his Cicadas. I'm gonna hold on to that.
Greetings.
Level 70 plus? Oh. This is my 4th character. How much sleep did I get? 3 hours. Since I've tried since last night, like since I went to sleep, this is the first one. I'm not sure when last night was in your reference point.
Good day.
This is my 4th character. Huh.
The order welcomes you.
Oh, yeah, boss.
I can't use this yet.
Oh, I didn't start. Add 15 seconds to this at the end. Roughly. You could go Act 1 with Insight Bow here, but he'll still probably die. Oh yeah, so much faster. All right. Honestly, some tier runes here would do pretty nicely. So just about 4 minutes. 4:10. Smooth. Good. Yes. Yes. Mid. Was I expecting these levels of changes? Absolutely not. Am I using the Void rune word? No, this is a level 75 setup. So I have Spirit, Ancient's Pledge, Lore. This is testing out, like, you got to hell level gear. Can you level with this skill? It is the best living skill. It's not even close. Mrs. Moonstriker, thank you for the follow. The magic build is insane, Hampus. It's not even close. It's so bananas. How fast was campaign playthrough with Warlock? I was done with normal in an hour. If I had to actually deal with teleporting and regular gold requirements, I would be done with hell in like 5 hours. Any chance of releasing You've Never Played Diablo 2 Resurrected and You Want to guide? That is a good idea. I don't know when, but yeah. This is this part of the Chaos tree. So it's Miasma Bolt into Miasma Chains into Abyss. What up, Red? I don't think we're going to have a great time on a higher player count. But we'll do it. P3. We'll do P3. Even better than Ring of Fire and Flame Wave for group content. I can't speak to group content. I don't test leveling in a group scenarios, typically. You can only extrapolate to the context within which I've made the statement, which is the solo leveling. Yeah, no problem. Oh. Maxroll chains is broken, dude. Maxroll chains is insane. What up, Himbo? Did I get enough sleep? Who's asking? What up, Norman? Congrats on the expansion. Thank you. You know, I worked really hard on this. A concerned citizen? No, I did not get enough sleep. Embo, have you seen, like, this character is as gay coded as, like, remember when they made that show that's like we're the kids of the villains from Disney and we're in high school together? Remember that? Just that concept. Like, look at this man with his dainty little sword going around his bisexual coated lighting whip chains. I can't with him. If your attack skill has bisexual lighting, you're gay. I don't know what to tell you. I don't make the rules. Okay, so, all right, so here's the issue with our data. Abyss sucks, and the only thing that matters is miasma chains. You're always attracted to purple and pink effects. Might have learned something new about yourself. Thank you for being courageous enough to come out in public like this. What stats should you focus on if you're leveling? Enough strength and dex to wear your gear, everything else into vitality. That's 99% of builds in Diablo 2. Trying to figure out what build you'll be running in your group for season launch. I would say give it more than 24 hours. And then we'll have much better ideas. But like if you're going to have a conviction paladin and access to lower res, you can't really go wrong with effectively a Fissure Druid. Just understand that you'll be limited until you have a Sunder Charm. Postalikska, thank you very much for the brand new tier 1. Welcome in. Why do the Twitch drops work only in D4? Because Twitch actually doesn't have the technology to set it up for multiple channel categories for one thing, turns out. So in the future, they have to set up multiple campaigns. The Twitch limitation. How do I tell this Sork I want to see other casters? You don't understand, it's not that easy. Between the three of us, we have 3 students. I can't just leave them. How is Warlock? It fucks. D2R is now on Steam as well. And is a paid game. So call this one 3. Call this one 4-0. Smooth. Good. Yes. Now let's go back to P1. Monarch. 342. Yes. Okay. You think a dragon rune word will work with the Warlock? Do I think dragon rune word will work? I do not think that dragon rune word will work. What do you like the Warlock? I think it's awesome. Want to try melee later? Do I like the Warlock? Absolutely. Welcome back, yep. Okay, so you just don't cast Abyss. Abyss is for like a single target that won't move. I don't even know if you do that though. I think you do Miasma Bolt. But Miasma Chain is just insane. Mephi? Mephisto? E1? Time to kill. Travel will depend on single player good Holy staff. So let's go get a Mephisto? Yeah, no problem, Peeky Peeky.
Good day.
Sorry, I just noticed that was you. Hope you had a good rest of your stream. I had to go to sleep. I was so tired. I need to go get the waypoint. Also, what FCR breakpoint am I up to? 35, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 120. So I'm actually at the 75 breakpoint. Okay. Where am I going? Oh. Hold on. Also.
Hello.
I'm just saying, man. Loot filter feels so good. The loot filter is the thing that I am the old man on the hill yelling at the sky about. I'm glad people have their loot filter. What are we filtering in Diablo 2? There's 8. I'll give it to you for Diablo 2. The game quite literally cannot show you all the items on the ground.
My brothers have escaped you. Smooth. Bad. Call this P5 Mephisto next. Zeriax, thank you for the follow. Are you planning on doing Uber Ancients at some point? Absolutely, for sure. What up, Sophrodius? How we doing? Oh. No. God damn it. Uh, 46. Okay. Which build has been the best boss killer so far? I haven't gotten to that point in my testing. You are watching me do that testing currently. Is there any melee involved in any builds? Yep, there's an entire melee tree. You can use this cleave ability, which is melee. And then this all gets kind of interesting, weird, kind of faster cast rate, but you swing a weapon. But Eldritch is the you swing weapons at monsters tree. I'm going to repeat
that. But I'm just gonna spam like chaos bolts at him, I guess. Miasma bolts at him. I don't think chains is doing a lot here. Yep, he can equip a two-hander and a one-hand. But he can't equip two two-handers.
My brothers have escaped you.
Oh. How stupid am I? Is any of this data valid? Okay, let's go again. Is there controller support for Diablo 2 Resurrected? Yes. Is a summon build viable? I don't know. We haven't gotten there yet. For testing, it is. Or for leveling, it kind of is. You can go beat normal with nothing but a goat, man. I wouldn't, but you can. It's pretty tanky. Does it feel like a Diablo 2 class? Yes. Because it's inside of the structure of Diablo 2. It can't really feel like a Diablo 4 class. Because Diablo 2 can't do what Diablo 4 does. 39 seconds. Good. No. That was P1? No, that was P5, okay. P1. What up, Hazard? Reveal your secrets. I will. Due time. Good. Yes. 16 seconds is pretty good on early gear. Any chance of build versioning on Maxroll? Would love to see DLC specific best in slot and tier list, vanilla included. Can you describe what you mean in greater detail?
What do you need?
Got anything good so far? I mean, a ton of good information, yeah. Too wide of a question for me, though. Just got summoned Defiler. How does it work? It takes two monsters and it puts them together, and when you do damage to one, it does damage to both of them. And thinking possible builds, wouldn't a Hex Warlock with maximum attack speed be super good? Super good is a way to describe it. I would say that it seems to be one of the things that you can look into doing. How stoked am I? Very stoked. Logic, thank you for the follow. That's build spec as of now? I don't know that answer.
What did I rock with during leveling? I didn't use summon during leveling. As a new character, very good. Do I see myself doing Paladin Warlock stuff? I will be a Warlock class lead for Maxroll. So I will be adding Warlock to that rotation for sure. But without using other skills other than summons, can it? You can. I don't know how viable that will be in the endgame, because I haven't playtested it yet. You're watching me playtest the endgame now. I'm a very meticulous tester. With separate sections for vanilla D2R, RO2, and future DLCs. Yeah, we will not support that level of build fidelity. We just can't, not realistically. I cannot be a master of a build across 3 separate complete versions of it and expect to get build guides out to people who are going to be utilizing them for the majority. It's just not a realistic expectation. Luckily, community members will be able to submit builds to like the community build section. Not build guides, but you can have your build planners up and people will be able to see them. So that is where I think the community can really step in and help to educate each other when there are more niche use cases. You know, even just something like martial arts assassin. I'm not going to maintain a pre-mosaic martial arts assassin, post-mosaic martial arts assassin, post-Sunder Change New Jewel mosaic assassin. That's just not realistic. Monsters don't typically have magic resistance. Magic resistance is a very rare stat on monsters. There are some that have some, and there are some which become immune to magic, but very rarely do monsters have magic resistance. Because of that, all of the minus enemy resistance that you're seeing from magic is roughly equatable to just plus magic damage on the build. That's not exactly true, because these two things apply differently, but it is much less valuable than minus enemy resistance across other elements. Did they nerf Mosaic? No, and hopefully they never will. Because why would they? What was the game plan there, Mac? Damn, isn't magic spells damn good? Yeah, that's typically why magic performs very well, but also has very little scaling into the end game. So the reason why Paladin feels good while doing magic damage is because they can explicitly increase Blessed Hammer's damage via Concentration Aura, even though that shouldn't increase that damage because it's for off-weapon enhanced damage. Fist of Heavens similarly is very good, but only because the magic damage values on it are so high and so many bolts are triggered from Fist of Heavens, and the cast rate of Holy Bolt itself. Unlike the Necromancer, who has no ability to scale magic damage any further, because there are no things which increase it other than the base skill damage scaling. We should copy current D2 build planners in case of big changes. I would expect changes across the board to the Maxroll guides. And if that means you would like to save a planner to not have those changes, then yes. What up, Mikey? Restore previous saved builds. All of mine have disappeared with a new version. Previous saved builds on Maxroll? That is not a question for me. That is a question for the Maxroll admins. I don't have anything to do with like site caching of build guides or build planners. They shouldn't be gone. You may just have to learn how to find them in your folders because they shouldn't have gone away. But the planner itself is new and has a different structure. Let me see if I can help you to identify that. I'm going to ask the web dev. What is the best skill to use while leveling? Miasma Chains and Miasma Bolt. Tell Perio, how's Maxroll site traffic today? I don't know. I don't have insight into that. Demon Machine plus Hexbane is viable? Demon Machine plus Hexbane. Is it viable? No? I'm not sure what... I'll be honest, I'm not sure what the question is. Just for everybody asking things about the build I'm not currently testing, I don't know. I don't know, and I'm going to continue to get sidetracked from my testing. I don't know. I don't know shit about Eldritch. I don't know anything about it. I'm sorry. Come back to me in 5 hours. Sincerely. I believe it's only hard points. Avecchio? If it's about Eldritch, I just don't know. I don't know anything about it. That's going to be like a whole 6-hour testing section. What player settings am I on? Players 1? Why am I on players 1? I'm testing chaos. That is what I will be knowledgeable about. I do want to know more about this demon machine question, because I'm not sure what about demon machine is supposed to interact with it. Demon machine fires explosive bolts. You're throwing your thing around, but magic. But what does demon machine have to do with that? Smooth, good. No. Demon machine is a Tokonu. So fire explosive arrow carries fire damage on it, not any elemental damage which you would do on it. Anyone has tested the Warlock FCR breakpoints? They're the Necromancer breakpoints for everything. Except for attack animations. Was Mosaic removed from ladder only? I don't know what ladder only means in this context. Like, can you now make it in non-ladder? I don't know. What up, Lion? Thank you. Do they share Paladin attack frames? No. The Paladin and the Necromancer share FCR breakpoints, nothing else. What are the breakpoints for Warlock? I just said they're the Necromancer. Ladder restrictions have been removed with D2R. That's not accurate at all, Zendefta. When new runewords have come to the ladder, the old runewords have gone into non-ladder, but you can't make mosaic in non-ladder in D2R. They did not get rid of ladder restrictions for all runewords. They did the normal rotation of runewords. Books count as shields. Necro heads are also shields. Blood Boil looks fun. It is. It's like Corpse Explosion. So now it's players 1, but I'm just going to do Miasma Bolt, I guess.
My brothers have escaped you.
Something very weird has happened. What is up with that? Huh. That doesn't like casting that way. Have I noticed any monster magic res buff? I'm not sure what that question means. What gear am I using for testing? Starter gear. So spirit, stealth, lore, a 1 skill FCR amulet, a res FCR ring to represent having resistances and charms, another one, a caster crafted belt, Thesaurus boots, and Mage Fist. Did rune word rotation occur? I don't believe so. People are saying the new rune words which exist are just anybody can make them. As long as you're in the expansion. Is it casting faster? No, it's not casting faster at all. In fact, it's not casting at all. That's the issue I'm running into. But no, it is not casting faster at all. It is maintaining the same cast frames. Okay. I think that's about as good as we're gonna get. So for Mephisto, it's fine, it's not good. 40 seconds for P5 is pretty bad. Chaos. Sanctuary. Chaos. Chaos. Chaos Sanctuary runs with Diablo killed. Start from entrance. No, start from star. Tele staff. E1. Noted guided arrow did multiple pierce today. What? What? What does that mean? Is it true that players is coming to online? I don't know where that information would come from. I've not heard that. Thank you. Thidisite? How do I pronounce this? How do I pronounce CN? Also, Frosty, I don't think I ever said that facet. Frosty, I don't ever think I said hello to you if you're still here. Hello, friend. You don't need to be playing the ladder, that is correct. Need a sight. Thinking cell of a jellyfish. Ah. Makes sense.
Not even death can save you from me.
144. Smooth? Good, yes. Okay. There's 5. Nice.
Hail to you, champion.
Wrong waypoint, boss.
These chains are insane. Oh. Holy freeze aura. Okay. See if we consistently run into issues like that.
Greetings.
Asthma chain is feeling good. My asthma chain is feeling bugged. There's no way it's meant to do this much damage. It's actually, like, wrong. And I've reported it, like, to the devs. Like, there's no way it's supposed to do this much damage on the minimal gear investment that I have. Like, it's absolutely crazy how much damage it does in comparison to, like, Abyss. What up, Raven? Testing goes well. Warlocks have their own rune words. There are rune words which have been added with the Warlock.
Not even death can save you from me.
What? I'm on hell. Did they change Diablo? Did they? Hey, hey, hey. Did they change Diablo?
What do you need?
Did this happen a while ago and I just didn't know it?
Hello. Greetings.
Who was asking about their build guides being gone?
Good to see you. Hello.
Okay. So. So. Diablo. Diablo. In Diablo, Diablo's hose gets further and further away from him in Nightmare and Hell. So you can actually just stand next to him and not take any damage. He just fucking fried me as I'm standing right next to him.
Hello.
What is that? What is Diablo's hose? When he does the lightning at you. So that doesn't normally do that. You were. Okay. So when you do this, here's my profile. This, boop. Here's my profile manager. And then if I have things inside of a folder, you click the plus symbol, boop, and here are my guides. Have you tried that? Funko, thank you for the follow. Spencer, what are you looking for? Well, let's go again. And now we know. Oh, I need gold! Somebody give this man some gold. Gold for the gold man. My real voice reveal? Yeah. This is actually what I sound like. I'm like Mr. Bean. Something odd is happening. What a dense pack of bullshit that was. God damn Oblivion Knights. Okay, I just asked the Diablo 2 boys, and I was like, hey, is this supposed to be like this? And the response from them was, what are you talking about? And I was like, ah, good. All right, I'm not crazy. Y'all gotta go check. This is very not good. I mean, it's good. We shouldn't have just been able to stand next to him the whole time. But it isn't what it should be doing. I'm not just out of the loop. Dude, my last kill on him was like so clean. Like the last run was so clean in comparison to this.
Not even death can save you from me.
A 254. 254. Fine. Good. Mid. P8 chaos? It appears as if they have fixed the lightning hose range. The lightning hose on Diablo now spits from him.
Any of the existing classes get changes? There have been no balance changes, no. You can't just hug him. Tons of density killers. How good is he with boss killing? I would say that boss kill time was fairly good on a build that's supposed to be doing AoE damage. I do think that Chains is over-functioning and is going to get axed, though. But we'll figure it out. I need to get up and run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be RB.
We're back. I will be maining the Warlock, yeah. That made my Azurchanga inspired by the Doctor Strange vs. Thanos fight. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. He is a Warlock. He's a Sorcerer Supreme, but...
Hail to you, champion.
My girlfriend made bark for Christmas. Can I show this to you? Get fucked. Oh. 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 Yes. Oh. Bad. No. Okay. You can do it. I just wouldn't. Have I tested the Tainted yet? I have not. We're starting on Chaos, then we're going to do Summons, and then we're going to do, Eldritch. So, you subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
We're so back.
Yo, T-Prox, thank you for the 2 years. How are you doing?
I can't do that here.
Excuse me. Okay. What up, Elite? Sorry, I had to write some feedback. What did we test so far? We are nearly done testing Abyss. As a build. Really, it's miasma chains as a build.
What do you need?
Oh no, I didn't put my gold away. That's okay. What else do we want to do? Terror zone. Terror zone. Clear current. Terror zone. In a reasonably accurate time frame. On P1. The issue here is that monsters won't actually be stronger, right? I think Fire Res is my worst resistance here. Oh, how do I find the Terror Zone boss? I just thought of something else, sorry. So, you subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
Sephardius, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. That's insane. Thank you.
You subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
Oh, every monster just has extra strong. That's what I'm seeing. Gotcha. Ceremonial jabs. Oh yeah, brother. Does every Terror Zone have that new boss in it? What up, Delphi? Are we stuck? Not sure what stuck means in this context.
Let us out!
I think I've found all of the elites that are going to spawn. I mean, it's fine. B1 time. Fine, good, mid? I mean, like, yes, but it's mid-ish. When will I analyze the new Necro skills in the reveal video? That's a good question. Do they actually hover them? Is Obsession plus Spirit the end game? It is one of the options. But I'm not sure what the end game would be in reference to. Like, each build is going to want different gear. For yes, thank you for redeeming the darkness. The darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the darkness will stay redeemed. How does it compare? I don't know. I haven't tested it yet. Obsession. +4 skills, FCR. Get recovery. Magic find. Mag songs. Plus 5 skills. 30 FCR. Couldn't socket it. Minus enemy res. Yep, they're just different items. They're differently good. Just like everything, they're just differently good for different reasons. You haven't seen many people talk about Death Sigil? I mean, it's been like less than 24 hours. People just need to try stuff. Wow. Isn't 200 ED perfect? What up, cops? Bale waves? Like, I will need a mercenary. I need gold. If negative magic resistance affects Berserk, I believe it does. They haven't mentioned skill balance yet, no.
Afternoon. Not I. Yes, warrior.
I can't.
Jesus. Something weird is happening. I'm not sure what. So these builds just like have to take Sigil of Death, right? Bad. No. Basically, you can't go pure Abyss. Would it help if I were to? All right. Hold on. You cannot legacy view in the expansion for anybody. That emits some kind of pulse from the Tainted One that does damage. Blood Boil. Man. Blood boil. I had to replace my character file. Okay. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba. Bum, bum, bum,
Welcome to my shop.
So the things I was kind of looking at as like how do you talk about a build as a starting build, right? As like level 75, I got nothing on. Yeah, the D2 planner is updated with all the new items. You can check out D2 planner on Maxroll. Go to Warlock. Go to Runewords. So elite sniping is typically where... So elite sniping and density is where you typically take a new build, right? So, early game Lightning Fury. That you're doing Shank and Eldritch. Kendall. Or he's doing like cows. Fire Druid's doing cows. Trapsins. Doing cows. Then you have early game bossing. Chaos Sanctuary, which is now a progression point. Then you have Terror Zones and Bail Runs. Pure Abyss starts to fall apart when you try to do like much harder stuff. And Wave 2 just has magic immunes. So I think duplicate. Miasma Death. Would it change with optimized gear? With optimized gear, you're now farming in the ideal places for this build. So, optimized gear, meaning an end game build. This is not an end game build. It's level 75. End game build should be farming in the places where that build is best. So yes, that will change. But it's not really like the gear makes it better at doing bad things. It should only be doing good things as opposed to what it can do. It should be doing what it should do, if that makes sense. No problem. So this is it. Yeah, this is a level 75 character. Spirit, Stealth, Ancient's Pledge, Lore, 1 skill, FCR, 10 FCR with Res Rings, Aster Belt, Hisaris, Mage Fist. No charms, no nothing. Trying to get a sense of where builds are as progression builds. So it feels like going pure Abyss doesn't feel great. And we probably need to add Sigil Death if we want to be able to go places with it. Because it takes a little bit too long. We drop this part of the kit. Maybe like every build, you always add Corpse Explosion if you can. Oh, you have to invest so much. I could still fit in Consume. Get the Defiler. Okay. And now it's boop, boop, boop. B. So let's quickly see how this feels. Just realized you weren't subbed anymore? Well, you know what this means. Back in the hole.
Good day.
Let's see what adding death in feels like. Glad you're doing this important work. I'm glad people care about the work. Imagine if people didn't. Be fucked. What would I be for?
Welcomes you.
Oh, see? Jim is saying that fire may be better now. The sexy Akali cosplay? It would be pretty good work, for sure. So let's see. Oh, something is fucked up here. Something is very wrong. Were my hands just in the wrong spot? Oh, it must not scale with player setting.
Greetings.
That was doing nothing damage.
Welcome.
Well, yeah, neither Corpse Explosion nor Death Sentry scales with player settings. It would be insane if it did. It's also just kind of like clunky to have. Maybe I'm doing it too early. No, but see, you want to cast it proactively.
Yeah, you can't cast it on existing corpses. They have to be monsters that are about to hit 13% life. What up, B&T? Anything new? We're getting more into like the nitty-gritty of builds. And players 8 bail on level 75 character is hard. I think Death Sigil kind of suck. I was trying to figure out how you would... Spawns a Bale minion. That is... Summon Defiler. Or do you mean Bind Demon? And quite literally taking control of a demon. Yeah, that would be Bind Demon. How am I ranking Abyss right now? With the expectation that Miasma Chain gets changed. S tier for leveling. Like, it's insanely good for leveling. But that's with Miasma Chains being so good. Build felt the best so far. This is the build that I have tested. So I'm positive there is a bug with chains. It does so much insane amounts of damage that isn't represented on this skill. I'm positive this is a bug. I've reported it. This is doing damage that it mathematically can't. So something is happening. Are there changes to how the game performs? No. Have there been crashes? No. Like, this thing shouldn't do 365 magic damage and then damage per second. It feels like when you would run through the poison cloud of serpents in Nilithak's temple. Like, its damage is ludicrous, and something is wrong. So I assume this will get fixed. Also, Sigil of Death. Do I care about Sigil of Death? Let's do Bale Waves on P1 with Sigil of Death and see how that feels. $1,700 damage per second is insane. So it's actually not. And here's why. Abyss does 2,400 damage per second and effectively does nothing to these monsters. Like, sincerely, dropping monsters on top of Abyss should be doing more than 50% than what this is. Miasma Chain melts the monster immediately. The monster just sits in Abyss and does nothing. So 2,000 damage, actually, and also 2,000 damage per second is like actually nothing. To give you an idea, like Strafe Bow is on against a target with Amplify procced on them, does somewhere between like 60 to 70,000 damage per second. This should be almost nothing. And it's lower than this, and this melts things and this doesn't. Why do I think magic resistance? Can you stack sigils in an area? Yeah. Or I believe so. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. Oh, you can only have one sigil active. Oh shit, I didn't know that. Hey, thanks for asking. Huh. Does it say that? Huh. Eh. All right, yeah. Oh, what time does the Diablo sit down start? That's actually such a good question. Oh, I completely forgot about that. Why do you think they didn't add magic resistance to your character stat sheet? Because, like, it doesn't matter. Almost no monsters do magic resistant or magic damage either. There's, like, very few instances of it. Magic damage, like, couldn't exist in the game. And that's why I don't think it's, like, properly represented anywhere. Yeah. Exactly. See? That's like effectively nothing. Does Spectral Hit actually do magic damage? That true statement. Me, the person who wrote the attack modifiers resource? And the elite affixes. It can. There you go. At 2 p.m. All right. Feel like it's enough to warrant it. I mean, you named like 6 monsters, right? So one, the UI has never shown it. That doesn't mean that it can't, but the UI has never shown it. Two, up until literally right now, there has been a single source of magic resistance which you can gain on your character. It's from safety shields. And monsters can't give you negative resistance to it. It's just like now a thing in PvP. Sazone, thank you very much for the gift sub. So, can they show it in the stat sheet? Absolutely. Would they have to completely redesign the UI? Yes. Where would they fit it? I don't know, man. It would go like 3 across the top and 2 on the bottom. It could just say the number, like fire, lightning, cold, poison. But yeah. No, conviction reduces fire, light, and cold. Conviction doesn't apply to poison or magic. There's no way to reduce... So before, literally this patch, there's no way to reduce an enemy's magical resistance other than a Thunder Charm. Well, technically Sanctuary, but that doesn't actually reduce their resistance. It applies damage as if the target doesn't have resistance. They could also add... If they also add... You know what? I'm actually super down if what they do is fire, light, cold, and then poison, fizz, magic. I'm actually super on board for that. Necromancer's lower resistance does not, no. That reduces elemental and poison. I think the fire build will out DPS. The fire build already out DPSs this build in basically every circumstance. So yes. I haven't tried Summoner yet. So it's at 2 o'clock is the sit down, so we just have to remember to record that. What was I doing? But yeah, if the approach that we're going with is actually add all of the resistances, I'm super down with that. But I can promise you, other than PvP, and other than basically the Necromancer, you never cared about magic resistance before, and you're never going to care about magic resistance in this game.
Got him through that. Barely. Oh. I think you used Death Sigil on it. And it just kind of feels bad? Huh. Does that resummoning remove the buff? Yes. That's my understanding. Let me double check that. Yes. Distinctly. You can't consume a minion and then spawn it back. You either have consumed it or you haven't. Oh, I was gonna yell at you for yelling, but this is a very good time to be yelling, Vecchio.
Hello.
How will Ladder 13 work in regard to new Warlock Edition? Would be able to form part of the ladder if I did not buy the Warlock pack, or am I missing something? There are 3 different versions of the game. There is Classic, there is D2R, and then there is Reign of Warlock. Is my understanding. So for our purposes, this was pure miasma chains. This is miasma death. Where Bale waves. I mean, it is going to be like 2 minutes. Feels bad. Is it good? It's mid. And I don't think it would really meaningfully help anywhere else, but you would use it in places where you would run into... Like on lower player count, it feels really good. Outcome. Leveling. Starter setup.
In-game theorycraft. So, okay. Leveling, S tier, starter setup, A plus. Endgame with a lot of plus skills and all of that. It's magic, fairly low. And so, you know what? I'm going to assume chains gets changed. Starter setup. A. Endgame. What would it be best at? T-Prox, you can read it in-game. You summon the monster and then hover over consume. If your friends have the expansion, yes, you have to buy the expansion to play with your friends. Endgame? How do I see this going, endgame? But you're at work? Ripper Dipper. Oh, go to my video. The one that I posted today. Here, you know what? I do want you to go to my video because I want people to look at my video, but... Hold on. Hold on. So crazy that I can't pin this from Streamlabs. So crazy that I can't pin this from... which you... Here you go. They're down at the bottom. They're called War Goatman, War Meathead, War Boodly Boop. Yo, shouts to the YouTube viewers out here. Thank you for the likes on the stream. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. There we go. Now people will incidentally click on my things. Endgame. Where am I seeing this? It does magic damage. It's okay. How does... Hold on. Oh, it does really well at teleporting. Oh, y'all can't see this. Hold on. Boop. Leveling, very good. I think it's going to get fixed. Starting setup, also very good, but I think it's going to get fixed. Maybe it's more like B tier? No, it's definitely A tier for leveling. Maybe it's B tier. No, because it's magic damage. Starter setups are good on magic damage. It has corpse explosion, kinda. It can have a pet. Yeah, it's A tier. Endgame. I'm seeing this as like a C+ build. Like, you can go more places than foe, but in all the places where a foe can go, foe is just like insane. It's not as good as hammer. Easy to gear. But endgame, like, So again, I think change gets debugged. So you actually run Abyss, you actually do Abyss damage. Abyss damage kind of sucks. Where do you ideally bring this? Because it's not like it's crazy for bossing. No, obviously the class is able to get a lot more plus skills on it, right? But you want to make the Abyss dagger. It's a dagger, right? What is it called? Void? I mean, like, yeah, it's 5 to Abyss, and you get to use a dagger, which could have 3 to Abyss. So it's 8 to Abyss, but you could have Obsession on? Is it possible that Max Defiler might be better than Consumed? I don't believe so. Because it's not only plus damage, but minus enemy res, which applies in 2 different parts of the equation. But like in all circumstances, it comes down to the exact thing that we're talking about. Could it be better? It could be if you're fighting a monster that is at a low enough amount of negative resistance where the amount of negative resistance isn't valuable. But you're doing damage to more than the number of targets that Putrid Defiler can bind together. Hopefully. This has plus magic damage. You don't have a lot of sources of that. I guess you're using Void. So what does it look like? It looks like Void. A Grimoire. If you had Conviction up, maybe it's better. Conviction doesn't reduce enemy magic resistance. Conviction only applies to elemental damage, so fire, cold, and lightning. Spirit. How strong does this get? Like, when does this build get good? What is this build used for? Generally good in terror zones. Decent single target damage. Weapon has magic find on it. That's actually pretty hyphy. I would love a demon that increased magic find. Yeah, I think it's a C+ build. Like, I think it's, like, fine. There is no difference between pure miasma and miasma death. You can always just pick up. So we can get rid of this. Excuse me. It's like 6 points. With lethargy. Which one's lethargy? Oh yeah, lethargy fucks on charges. You regret tossing all of your Mang songs? Homie, I've never even picked up a Mang songs. The only cool thing I've ever picked up was at the Death's Web. That's like the one cool rare item I've picked up. Myself, not in like group play. All right. Well, Sanctuary Discord is about to happen, so let's hop over there. Let me get it set up.
What they would do is they would do a live stream.
Where is it? Crazy how fast y'all update Maxroll. I mean, we were already working on an update for the actual tool itself. And then the data mine is actually like fairly simple. Sadly, we don't have any like guides out yet, right? Because that just takes too long. But we also like quickly put together a whole team. I've put out a video and I'm trying to put together planners now. And then I'm going to hand those off hopefully to some ghost riders who can get guides out. Maybe we'll make the build planner for this. Where? Hopefully we have like leveling build guides out today. Oh. Oh. God, Bagel World. Oh, I would kill for Bagel World. I probably need to eat after this too. Where? I don't want to.
They've kind of moved away from.
People like those.
Oh, there's a person speaking in the sanctuary. Sit down.
Where's the sanctuary sit down? Oh, here. Hold on. I'm not gonna start talking, right? I am suppressed. Okay. Let's do this. I see you, Aaron. Oh, okay. Let's take some notes. Nobody is talking, right? No, I do not hear her talking. Oh, my boy Zavin. That's my boy. Wait, why can't I hear? Oh, that's my boy.
All right.
That's my other boy.
What's up? What's up?
Can we hear? I hear you. That's good.
I hear you.
There it is.
87.
Look at these beautiful boys.
People. The amazing folks of the Sanctuary Discord channel. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, welcome. We decided to come in a little bit early. Couldn't hold in the excitement.
We got Zavin. We got Bjorn. We got my boy.
I think I
Rich.
do want to see. Just trying to pull up the chat here. Just so I can see what's going on.
Oh, I see you. I see you, sir.
Apologize early. You're kind of
People are
dealing
saying
with
no volume.
my.
Can they? You guys hear?
Yeah, I'm looking at chat to see.
Yes, that's filthy rich.
So if you guys need, you can always pull out the chat on the side. Already seeing some epic gifts. First thing I saw was a cat getting yeeted from a tornado. So that's great. And yes, Slovaki, you're right. That is Spirit Bjorn. He is joining us today.
Slovaki? What are you doing in there, Slovaki?
Appreciate you guys and all the patience. We're just getting things all set up on our side over here. But like, yeah, Bjorn, I think I heard you. Definitely hear Zavin. Just want to see if chat can also see and hear.
Okay.
But you know what? Let's break the rules a little bit. I always say 11. We're just a bunch of people who like video games and want to talk about them. And we can get things started. I mean, you know, let's save the time for all the cool questions that'll come in. We could just do a quick round of introductions. But my name's Rich Mantegi. Some of you may see in some of my posts as Filthy Rich on Blues. I am the lead community manager for the Diablo franchise. So I have the pleasure of doing things like our patch notes updates, hotfix updates, but also some cool stuff behind the scenes for
Rich is the best.
you know, just bridging the gap between these awesome folks like Zavin, Bjorn, and the rest of the team to all you awesome people out there in the community. Sanctuary chat.
I'll go short. Why not? Hi, I'm Zavin.
Why not?
Why not,
Associate
baby?
Game Director on Diablo 4 Lord of Hatred.
It will put me up here.
And I get to work with a bunch of awesome people making a killer expansion. And I cannot fucking wait for you guys to see it.
He said a fuck.
That we're doing it. 11 on the dot. Drop the F-bomb. Let's go. Bjorn. Run it. Run it.
Bjorn, you also have to say a fuck.
Bjorn Mikkelsen, class designer for Diablo 4. Worked on the Warlock, if you can guess.
right? Last
He
time we
sure
seen
has.
you was for Spirit Bjorn. Played a whole lot of it.
Now it's Bjorn Lock.
We hit for a lot. Loved it. But all right, so what's going on for today? I mean, most recently, yesterday was a pretty big moment for us. We got to showcase a whole lot of stuff within the world of Diablo. You know, from updates for Diablo 4, for DI, and then a little bit of that magical sauce for D2R. Really great updates, but
Magical
kind of like
sauce.
focusing on what we're going to be doing today. You may have questions. And I know the Sanctuary Discord really just is the home for a lot of discussions for all things D4. We have the pleasure of having some extraordinary folks who could speak on behalf of the content. And Spotlight kind of started and sparked a lot of the thinking across communities. So we've been monitoring chatter across places like forums, Reddit here, and want to make sure that we can attend to those things. The tone here is super casual. We might not have the answers for everything. We might even make the mistake of sharing too much stuff that we probably won't. But hopefully we're trained enough. We have awesome people watching us in the background. I can see them all up in my chat, just making sure that we follow by the rules. But the main thing here is ask your questions away. Obviously,
It's
there might be
Bjorn Lock
questions that we
now.
can't answer. We're not going to be able to answer everything because I think for today we have a time slot of 30 minutes, but we'll do our due diligence.
Boys
We see
oven.
some amazing people in the community and in chat that I'm seeing from the audience over here. And I think to kick things off, we're just going to scan right through things. So, I mean, I'll as I prepped to pull some questions from chat, Zalvin Bjorn, how's everything been since the announcements from Spotlight? What have you seen?
It feels good to talk about a lot of this stuff. You know, at a certain point, you're just too excited and you want to just let the world know what's going on.
Hey,
So it
Rob.
was a big moment, I think, for the team, having a bunch of their stuff be seen finally by the public and have more details shared. And we have more details to share, but it's good to have a big chunk of that information out now. Everything's feeling good.
Yeah, it's awesome getting to see everybody react to it. Such a crazy announcement trailer. It's nice
This
to
is
finally
very
be able to
good.
say Warlock like in public, which is really fun. So that's nice.
I agree.
Yeah. Sorry about that. All right, let me just jump right into some questions. To make it super easy for everybody in chat, you know, we don't want to ignore anyone. We really want to drive a lot of the conversation and questions around D4. Obviously, with D2R, so much excitement over there, but just to kind of like keep everybody focused and for us to be able to attend to you. Any questions around D4? Anything around that you've seen for Spotlight? I do see one question over here that I can answer, and it is from, oh man, chat went up. It was about season 12. I think there was an update from season 12, but it's nice to call out the people who asked the questions. Give me one moment.
What the
So
fuck? There's
Radical
no
is asking
audio
any
from
news
me.
on season 12. I think most recently, right? We just
That's a
had
you problem,
our
bud.
PTR actually just passed. Pretty crazy to go from PTR and then the Spotlight, just like a momentum of like crazy cool updates and things people get their hands on. So I think one thing that we promise on the Spotlight is that we're gonna have a deep dive for all things Warlock. Working with these two
On the
fine
5th,
gentlemen
I
on the
believe
back end for
they
things.
said.
It's gonna be a chunky stream. So that stream in itself is probably going to be a little bit longer than normal because we're looking to have both content around the Warlock and the deep dive for that, and maybe some other stuff. But also season 12 updates. You know, you can expect some of the standard stuff where we'll talk on like all the seasonal content that's going to be baked into that, as well as learnings from PTR and kind of learnings from player feedback in the process as well. So if you need to mark your calendars, March 5th is going to be that date. Grab some popcorn, 2 sodas, and a really comfy chair, and then we'll have more updates.
2
So
sodas.
I will scroll down. All right, so you know what? I'm terrible at reviewing these things before I even ask it. Just think of it like I'm a crazy moderator at a Comic-Con panel, so I'm just gonna go right at it. So, question from DJ Umbalas. Hopefully I said that right. Also with a +1 emoji. What happened to the old passives in the skill tree? Are they moved elsewhere? I didn't mean to pick that, but that's a pretty awesome question. Either one of you can take it.
Go for it, Bjorn.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we've looked through the passives that we had. I think the main thing I'd say is probably that like if there were good like passives that were like build defining, right? We wanted to sort of maintain those in some way. So those have been moved into various places, maybe legendaries, Paragon, something like that. Whereas now most of the skill tree has kind of like taken more of like the customization side of things to give you that kind of access early to sort of upgrade your skills directly. So there's been a little bit of kind of a back and forth.
I got a feeling, Davin, that you maybe wanted to sprinkle some additional stuff in there, but
Sorry, I
otherwise,
like aired out. I didn't even hear it.
skill tree. Where'd the passives go? What happened?
Yeah. So we kind of wanted to focus the skill tree more on the skills themselves and not give out a bunch of free power. We kind of identified that as where do we want power progression to come from? We generally want it to come from things like items, finding cool stuff, and making cool decisions with crafting and things like that. And the other kind of weird thing is because of the disparity in where you invest your points and how you invest your points, where players are in their journey was kind of all over the place. If you knew to pick passives, you could be doing 4x the damage as somebody who wasn't picking the right passives. And that felt like a weird place for the problem with your build to exist. By kind of cleanly delineating it, it's like, okay, no, the skills is about customization first and foremost. It also means that when players are like, well, why am I not doing enough damage or whatever, they aren't looking across all these different parts of their character to see like, okay, where is the thing that's misconfigured? They can just say like, well, I'm going to go look at my paper doll. I'm going to go see, oh, my items, what am I getting? Do I need more and where do I need more? As opposed to having to constantly cross-reference between these things. And the other thing is, it just let us say, yeah, we're going to massively expand the tree and just triple down on
Sorry.
customization. So all the skills are going to have a lot more things. Any node that's in the skill tree is about your skills.
I know it's not here, but just a due diligence by some of our awesome folks on like Reddit and forums. I think an extension of the question has been like, how does this relate to uniques? Like, how does the equation and kind of like the progression journey kind of like coincide with the fact that like uniques have all these cool affixes that are game changing? So I'm curious about that. If you guys have any comments on that.
I'll throw out there that uniques are still uniques. They should still be a really cool moment when you get them. So we're not looking to erode like any of the general coolness that you get from this stuff. There'll be some tweaks here and there to accommodate a bunch of the other changes, but broadly speaking, when you get a unique, it should be able to do things for you and unlock new things for you to be able to do. And it's not just straight numbers get bigger.
Awesome. Just making sure I'm muting over here. So apologize for the pauses. Oh, we got a lot over here. So Ignition has a lot. Hopefully you don't have anything that gets me in trouble. You know what, as it relates, I think the first question from Ignition is, with skills on a new skill tree showing 1 to 12, does that mean you can't rank a skill over 12 ranks? Or is it like that? Or is that the 1 out of 5 ranks on today's skill tree? I guess you're just talking about like the call out for numbers and maxes and
Oh
whatnot.
yeah, no, that's similar to the like if you look in your tree right now, you see 1 out of 5, but then if you get them from like items, like
Other
turns
items
into a
plus
blue
ones.
number, and it's like you have additional from items, that sort of thing. And I also don't believe 12 is actually the final number on that. I think that might still be in progress.
I think this is a good question as well. His number 2, Ignition with just lightning rounds. Will legendary items still have aspects as a thing that differentiates them from rares?
Yeah. The legendaries still have aspects. We still have aspects. We are changing a bunch of aspects, and obviously we're adding some new aspects here and there. But yeah, legendary items are still in the game. They still have aspects. Changes TBD, right? Don't have a full list of things to talk about right now, but yeah, there'll be some changes, but they still exist.
You know, and I can't help myself. Very smart with how you phrase the questions, Ignition. Since Spirit Bjorn is here, will Centipede Primary Spirit Hall get some love? For all you dot and poison lovers out there.
I mean, all the existing classes are getting a lot of love, so I would expect lots of different updates across the board for both skill tree and probably some class hall stuff. Nothing specific to announce for Spiritborn.
Yeah, and I think for the folks at home, it definitely was one thing that we mentioned during the spotlight. Like the skill tree rework is introducing a slew of new change, like just overall changes. There was a number. I don't want to mistakenly call it out. Was it 80? Just kind of like something that Brent had mentioned, but just like,
Just
yeah,
throw
this introduces
the
a lot
meta
of new
out.
skills.
Like, it doesn't just throw it all out. Like, all this stuff is gonna be kind of rebuilt and redefined going into Lord of Hatred. All skills are getting love, including ultimates, like everything.
All right. Well, you know what? I'm gonna just call it out. Kip Duran was asking, should we expect more Shadow Drop this year? Kip, we told you it wouldn't be a Shadow Drop, but in the chat, I'm just curious how things have been. You know, we've been doing a lot of the Shadow Drops, obviously with TJ's Paladin yesterday. Community here has been. It's
That's
always
what we
nice to
like
be
to
able to
say.
see some of the feedback to try to like, if people are liking it, maybe we can incorporate some of that stuff. So yeah, if there's lots of feedback. We have a lot of people, even internally, that are just watching from over here. So I am kind of like stuck on the question that so I'm going to skip maybe 10
Rich.
rows down and
Rich.
look.
Rich.
Okay. I don't
Rich.
have bosses around me asking just to make sure I ask the right question. So this is about loot filter. I think we can talk a little bit about this question from
Rich 7.
Roll.
Rich.
The loot filter can be salvaged automatically. So I guess just asking, like, is there anything around loot filter and auto salvage? I would assume. Good question, Doral.
So, this is gonna be like kind of a complex answer, but I'm gonna start with why the heck does the game have salvage? Just period. Like, why was salvage ever added? Was so that when you pick up an item, there's value to you picking up that item, no matter what. And it was like, okay, well, now, yes, you're picking up crap, and you're gonna, this is a bad item for me, I don't want it. But at least the act of picking it up can become materials that I can then go and, at the time in Diablo 3, take the Hadrig or whatever. So adding a loot filter is just kind of a moment for the team to re-examine this flow in particular. If we're saying, hey, what we want is the users, right, the players to decide what it is that they want to pick up, then we don't necessarily need to incentivize you to pick up everything all the time anyway. And so what that means is, no, there is no auto salvage. And a bigger piece of that is we're trying to do away with saying salvage is a requirement at all levels of play. Maybe it's something that you can do in the very beginning of your item journey, but it's not necessarily something that needs to last all the way to the end of pinnacle content. At a certain point, you don't need to be picking up everything just to fill up your bag and go to town. You can say, well, yeah, I don't want to see that stuff. I'm going to turn off these things using the loot filter so it doesn't clutter my inventory at all. And then I'm going to have the things I actually care about. I'm going to pick those up, right? And you are basically determining what is valuable to you already. And so we're just going to say, yeah, trust the player. They know what they want. Let them pick it up. And this also means that we generally eliminate a lot of the weird friction you get from a town loop. My bag is full of things I don't care about because that is what I need to do to get my salvage mats all the time. So then I'm going to go salvage. So it's not that we don't want to do auto salvage. It's that we don't want salvage in the game if it's not actually serving its core purpose, which we are kind of doing away with. So there's a little bit of salvage, but it's not something that's going to affect, if we do this right, it's not going to impact anyone late game by the time they're using a loot filter.
Like an extension of a question around loot filter, and I think comments that we've also seen yesterday is that the demonstration during the spotlight video actually had some of the loot filter gameplay embedded in there. By the way, folks, there will be some stuff in there that is like still in development, so what you're seeing may not be final. But Valkyrie actually has a good question, and I've seen this a lot pop up on places like
Tell me about the stash.
internets. Loot filter snippet was shown had filtered out grayed out items. Is there an option to remove the text completely? Particularly users worried about the screen clutter.
Yeah, that I don't actually think what you were seeing was grayed out items. I think you were seeing items not being highlighted. I gotta go take a look at it. But yeah,
not highlighted.
Filter means filter. You can't interact with the thing. It's on the ground. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, so it's there, just not highlighted. But again, maybe something that'll be different once we actually see it, once it's live, because the video content may have been still in early development for some of the things. All right, there are more scrolling. Okay, we have more questions around uniques. But here's one around sets. So Aoi Miku, the first paladin, good name, has two questions, but I'm going to pull out the second question. Sets in D3 generally define what could or could not be played, as this was one of the reasons stated to why
Here's my
sets
Miku.
didn't come to D4 right away. Oh, it's getting spicy. What steps did you take to finally be able to introduce them into
There's
the
a
game
lot of
without
Maxroll in here, huh?
Great question. By the way, folks, I am heavily influenced by some of the questions that do have a lot of the "this to be honest" emojis after. It seems like other people also want to get questions on this. So please, by all means, if you see a question that you love, comment or emoji on top of it, or emote emoji.
Quick,
So
somebody
I'm gonna
else
touch a
comment
little bit
about
on this, and then
stashes.
Bjorn, if there's any specific ones you kind of want to talk about, go for it. But like in Diablo 3, when we added the sets, eventually when they got to the point that everyone's talking about, where it's like, 10 plus 10 billion% damage to bash or whatever the heck, when we got to that point, it was an effort to try to get balance under control to some degree, but also because sets were so rare that players had a very negative reaction to, well, I've completed the set and now it's worse than everything else I could wear, so why the heck would I ever complete a set? So there's just this bad tension that existed between the rest of the itemization and completing a set, which should be a cool moment that you get to do. And it is one of the hardest things to achieve logically, because you need the full set of items to get the full benefit, right? So that is one of the reasons we did not do this in Diablo 4. We are bringing sets exclusively to Talisman. So if you didn't see the video, Talisman is the new system in Lord of Hatred that lets you have charms. And one of the things charms can be is they can be part of a set. What this means is sets have no kind of competition with the rest of your gear. So we don't have that tension going into Lord of Hatred that we had with Diablo 3. And honestly, this was kind of a cool light bulb moment on the team. It's like, we've always wanted to do sets, but how do we do them right? And we were excited to do charms, and they just felt like, oh man, these things go together so well. It resolves a bunch of the issues over here in terms of competition with the rest of the gear slots. And then you get to have sets in the game, so you get to have that cool collection moment. And the other thing is, we're not necessarily in the same place that Diablo 3 was, where we're having to throw 10 billion% damage on a single skill. That's not the intention here. It's more like playstyle customization and cool things you can do. And we also have the addition of the seal, which is a different item type that goes into the talisman. And that actually hooks into your set bonuses. So depending on the sets you have, your seal actually modifies those. And there's a lot of cool interplay that can happen where maybe you don't want to run a 5-piece set bonus. Maybe you want to do 2-2-2 of 3 different sets. And maybe your seal enables that, as an example. Bjorn, if there's any specific things you want to throw out there, they're probably hungry for it.
Yeah.
I have a follow-up to attend to the appetite, but Bjorn, go ahead.
Yeah,
And be ready. Be
an
ready.
interesting question. I think maybe I don't want to like lead you guys on too much, but like I think maybe one way to sort of think about it is like I think we really enjoyed like key passives in the skill tree. They did a really good job kind of like rounding out a build, sort of amplifying a play style. And to some extent, we kind of are looking at the sets as like an evolution of that, of like we can do more with this if we can sort of like express it more. It can be more flavorful. It can do some like extra things. It has like it's not like a single like linchpin of like, hey, this one balance tuning knob needs to be perfect, otherwise like the entire build falls apart. So there's a lot more that can go into these sets, and so it kind of lets us express that ultimate goal of having something that sort of amplifies your play style, more akin to sort of the way key passives did.
I guess just you can get mad at me in person, but I'm gonna ask because I can imagine myself as a player. The thing that I'm always going to be excited about is like I said, bonus. Is there a chance that we can give like an idea of a cool set bonus, or maybe a favorite that you have that we haven't like quite revealed yet? Because reveals are cool. Is there a
Reveals
cool
are
set
cool.
bonus that comes to mind? And you don't have to be 100% descriptive with the affix, but like it may be something that it does, I guess, just to give it like a little bit of idea of kind of like the impact of talismans and things.
There's a okay, so like I'm not going to
And
be
you don't even have to go details.
I'm not going to be
Here's what
overly
it is.
descriptive, but I'll say there's a druid set that lets you have bear companions, which I think is really dope.
Okay.
So I'll throw that out there.
All right, guys, let your imagination run there. So it seems like the team definitely had fun with this. Like this is something I love what you mentioned, Fiorin, that you got to see the reaction from players and the impact of things like passives on a skill tree. And I was starting to explore things with talismans and the example of like bears as companions for the druid. All right, let me move on. Man, the time is going fast. We might break more rules and go over for having fun with this. But there was a question that I saw over here that was great. Zeramos. There's two questions that are in front of me. Zeramos is asking, any new info about SSF? Will it be ready for LOH expansion?
It will not be ready for Lord of Hatred. It will not be launching alongside Lord of Hatred, but I will say we're still committed to doing it. It's just a matter of when we're going to be able to do it. The team is actively working on it. It's just not something that we're planning on shipping alongside Lord of Hatred. And by the way, some of this is actually just intentional. Like, we want to put the game out there. We're changing so much stuff. And before we say, go make a character that's locked to solo, let's make sure everything's in a good place before we can actually do something like that. And so the other piece of it is, logically tied very much to the tower and leaderboards. Like, that's the core reason I think people are really hunting for something like this. And that is still also in a beta phase.
Oh. This one I can't ignore, just has a lot of emotes behind it. But another question from Ignition. Are greater affixes turning into a chance drop chase item for Ancestrals? Let me
Jordan, you want to grab that one?
Sorry, say that again.
So the question is, are greater affixes turning into a chance drop chase item for Ancestrals? I guess it's like, yeah, RGA's turning into a chase item for Ancestrals with the changes coming in. Oh, he edited the question, said not guaranteed. If we need that rephrase, Ignition, I see you in edit right now. May need to rephrase it for us so it's more
sorry,
direct
we need
for.
to rephrase that. Not entirely sure.
Okay, Ignition, I'm gonna go
There's
to the
a
bottom
lot
of
of
the screen.
changes coming, especially with Q and stuff. So it's a
Okay, cool.
much bigger, lots of different itemization stuff is happening, I guess. So not
awesome.
totally sure.
Sorry, Ignition, my bad. But if you want, just put the question up again. You'll probably get the same amount of emotes to follow up. All right, let's see here. Bear Campaigns.
Come
Everyone's going
on!
down.
Come on!
Let's see here.
Rich!
Love the positive comments.
Rich!
But feel free to ask some of those questions.
Come on! Brody!
A lot of people commenting on SSF. Okay. Beat Dropper. I didn't even scan this, but I see 4 hearts behind it. So Beat Dropper from Maxroll is asking, will all those new systems planned for X2 giving more player agency, like the activity tree, magic recipes, talismans, and sets, will this give you the tools to bring back some of the most popular past seasonal mechanics? Damn! Such as Witch Tides, Powers, Chaotic, Sanctify affixes to the base game. Loaded question. Fantastic. That is a question for the people. But if you needed, I can say the question again. So
no, I can. So I'm not going to say specifically about like what is a mechanic. I'm not going to say, oh, all of Witch Tides and every part of it is going to come back or anything like that. But we are using specifically like the activity trees as an example, as a good way to bring back some things that had appeared in previous seasons. So a lot of this is on the monster side. So as an example, Lord Zir's Bloodseekers can ambush you in content if you spec your activity tree the right way. And they have a chance to drop his item pool and things like that. And then we're looking at kind of other things that we can do that isn't affected by this. So as an example, sanctification is not in its existing form being transposed directly into Lord of Hatred, but a lot of the cool stuff that went into that is actually we're leveraging as something we're calling transfiguration. It's not exactly the same. It's very similar though. So again, we take the parts that we think are healthy for the long term of the project of the game and try to find a home.
What was the word that they used?
Another example. Let's see. I had another one. If I think of it all, if it comes back to me, I'll mention it. Just away.
Just making up excuses for us to have another sanctuary sit down. And then we can dive.
What was the word that they used? Sanctification was coming back as what?
Jaron, anything to add? Otherwise, I can hop into the next question.
Better be mine,
Wait,
Rich.
Can you hear me? Just switch my mic.
I can hear you better.
Okay, cool.
That
Sweet.
works. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've tried so much stuff in seasons. I mean, obviously we're going to take inspiration from anything we thought was cool. So yeah.
I didn't want to skip this, and we may not have a reply for it, but I want to be a good speaker for the people. Petronius is actually asking, when will we have Rebirth? just mentioning comments around that it's tedious to create the same character from scratch each season.
Active
Rich.
discussions, no timeline right now.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, and in terms of like active discussions, for all the people over here, if you're tuning in from Sanctuary or even from other channels, the love and passion for past systems and their return or their want for their return, like I want to ensure you that we're voicing your opinions on that.
This feels Rich.
The
I love
season where
you.
we had Chaos Armor was one of the more
This
prominent
feels targeted.
conversations that we brought and surfaced in front of like members of the dev team that there's something here. There's a love and appreciation for this, and I think the common thing here is that like players would love to see it again. And I can assure that the players over here that the dev team is hyper receptive to it. But obviously, we're planning down seasons down the line, and you have to try and find a good spot for it. And Zalvin explained it very clearly. But just want to make sure that you guys know
They're not
that
taking
we are
D2R
voicing
questions. This is
being
for
your
D4.
microphone. Zalvin's probably
I'll
annoyed as
give a
hell
little
for
bit more
me.
color right now, real fast. So why do I say active discussion? It's because the two games are not identical in every respect. So we can't just say, "Oh, take that and put it here," and everything works the same way. It's we want to do the due diligence of stepping through, like, what does it mean if we did bring it back? How would that change all these
There's a
other things
lack
within
of
all these other
story in
systems?
season
What would
11?
the player expect from this in the context of Diablo 4?
It was
Right? So,
only
like, we
story.
talked about what we're planning on doing with the tower as an example. We've talked about what we're planning on doing a little bit with looking into Soul Self-Found. Right? We just want to kind of approach this holistically and not just cram in things, because there's a very good chance they don't mesh well with what the game actually needs from that feature. And we saw something very similar to this with the armory. So that's the only reason that it's not like, oh, we're right jumping into it right away. It's like, wait, slow down. What do we actually want from this?
Yeah.
What do players actually need from this, right? And how is it going to work with all the other things that we're planning on doing?
Thank you, Anitza.
A little intricate. There's some intricacies over there. Okay, this one I cannot ignore. If I did my mathing right, I'm looking at like there's over 100 emotes on this, and it's coming from Anisia and Anisa. And I believe that it started from MacroBioBoi. What's up, Macro? So this one we may not have
you,
the
Rich.
answer that you want, but the question is, and the comment is, with the great QOL in D2R stashes, do we expect to see better item stacking, priority and specialty stashes, easier UI and navigation, and player versus shared stashes? Super loaded, a whole lot of questions in there, but it sounds just around, any QOL updates coming for player organization, sorting, or anything of that sort.
No things to discuss kind of related to any of those specific topics. We're always looking at what we can do to make the UI flow better. So if there's any very specific things, let Rich know. We'll take a look at it.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm reacting over the amount of emotes over here, and I think that places like the Sanctuary and forums, this is a place where we are open to we're open to players having this discussion, sharing feedback and even recommendations. I'm honestly with voices this loud on it, we're super appreciative, and just to let folks know, like the dev team's all up in there. So while you are seeing blue posts from like folks like myself, Marcus, or Laricana, know that if this is something super important to you, just like voice your opinion over there. I'm glad that I can bring it up now. Apologize that we don't have like a specific answer for you, but just want to ensure that like you guys are being heard. Oh my Lanta. So we plan to have this for 30 minutes. You love that? Oh my Lanta. With your permission, Bjorn and Zavin, you want to go another 5? There's just nothing but great questions over here. How you guys feeling?
Go on.
All right, and no crazy leaks from the blurred background, so I'm not in trouble yet. All right, so let me go down.
Nobody can see that whiteboard.
Okay. I like this question from Neo3 Raccoon. Shout out to Neo3. I'm excited to play that, by the way. Question: in your philosophy, what is something you would want to offer as a reward for the very late game of the game? Is it going to be more loot? Are there plans for some cosmetics to show off for those who play a ton each season? Good question, Neil. Good question, good game.
I'm sorry, you like got crunched again. Can you say that again? Sorry.
Okay. So Neil was asking, in your philosophy, what is something you would want to offer as a reward for the very late game of the game? Is it going to be more loot, or are there going to be plans for cosmetics to show off for those who play a ton each season?
Oh man, this is a hard one. So we do have we've got some things that people can unlock if they put in a bunch of time and they do their season ranks and things like that. So we have a little bit of that already in seasons. For Lord of Hatred, we're looking for things we can give for players who put in a lot of effort. And I want to really caveat this. If you've already beaten the hardest thing in the game, I think we can generally agree more powerful loot isn't the answer necessarily, right? So what is it? And so I don't have anything specifically to say right now, other than that's something that we're looking at. And whatever it is, I think it's more about bragging rights than anything else, because logically you've already surpassed everything that the game can throw at you. So we're looking for what those things are. We've done some things like this, like oh, you get a mount or a cosmetic armor or something like that, or a title or things like that. So we're looking for things like that to achieve the players who kind of go out of their way to, do everything they can in the game. But we know that there's some other parts of the audience that we can definitely serve better. Hardcore is an example, right? Like, what do we specifically do as an example for a hardcore player who does the craziest thing ever? So nothing specific here, and there's no guarantees, but it's something we're always talking about because ultimately we want the game to feel rewarding when you play it.
Awesome. Another question right now around plans and motivation. This comes from Icy Troll and Maxroll. War plans. Can you talk about what you're trying to solve with this feature, and maybe how you envision the end game to flow with Lord of Hatred? Thanks for the question. We'll probably have time for like two or three more.
Sure. So when the game shipped, base game, we had 3 end game activities pretty much, and then we've added a few more over the seasons, and then we added more with Vessel of Hatred. And we always kind of think about Diablo as a whole as kind of this approachable game. And what we know is, as a result of making sure a lot of these activities have that level of approachability, they are sort of constrained in how deep they could be. So the activity trees and war plans is kind of an opportunity to say, like, hey, the events, no, sorry, the activities can develop and grow, and you can customize them over time, and you can add as much depth or complexity as we can put into the game. What that means is, for a new player walking at Helltide, they're not dealing with all this complexity right off the bat. But for everyone else, now you can have an end game that's kind of fully fleshed out. And the way we kind of described this very early on was giving players the keys to the kingdom a little bit, right? It's like, hey, you customize your character, go customize your end game, right? There's nothing wrong with that. And if we can do it in a way that doesn't become so overwhelming for, more casual players or people who just kind of relax, at the end of the day and not have all this crazy stuff, that's fine. We can maintain that. They can keep that. Everyone else who wants more, they can get more, right? And we can always offer more and kind of develop the additional challenge and complexity and depth in every activity in the game.
I'm gonna rush
And I
through
think
this
the
one.
other one was flow, right? Sorry, the other half of this was like, how does it flow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
How does it flow with Lord of Hatred?
yeah. So right now, we kind of think about, you have we call it like the 7 activities, right? You sort of just play them based on what you think they might give you, and then on occasion we'll have a season that puts kind of a magnifying glass on this one or these couple or something like that. So what this means is, the 7 are just kind of floating around the game, and there is not something where it's like a very clear structure and progression to how I go through my end game that is present in the game that the player sort of opts into, right? They just kind of have to figure out, okay, what actually attaches to what now.
No, what?
How do I
Oh, we're
make sure
getting
I'm
some
not
gay
wasting my
agenda
time
in
doing
there.
this or instead of that or something like that? So the idea with war plans is everyone could just kind of go through this new thing where you just select what activities you want to play, and we've got that kind of board that everyone's kind of seeing that you can like randomize, and it has options. It can grow as you play more, by the way. So it starts very small and then gets really big over time. And then we pair that up with some random rewards on top of what you would normally get. So it's always good to play through the war plan system. And then as you're playing the things via that system, you're getting experience progression towards the actual trees themselves, and lets you customize it. So we're kind of looking at this as a wrapper for the whole game. You can always play the war plan. You can always pick exactly what you want. If you don't want to play a Nightmare Dungeon, don't pick a Nightmare Dungeon. It's as simple as that. So we're not trying to force players and say, go specifically do things in this order, but we are trying to give some sort of structure to the end game and then give a lot of cool meta progression that kind of goes with that.
Thank you for that. Okay, this one's
Unable
getting
to
more.
react.
This might have to be our second to the last question, and I'm totally over time, but I feel like we're all having fun over here.
I love you, Rich.
Question. This comes from Evade GPT. Thanks for the question. Certain builds are reliant on passives in the skill tree, such as the Evade Spiritborn. Seeing as there is no actual skill tied to the build, have there been any considerations made for these builds? This is funny because when I was reading this, I was like, no skill. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, it's actually a skill. Like, you need some skills to play this. But he's talking about like actual skill itself, category and type, not actual player skill. So yeah, any considerations? Like, will we see Zoom Zoom builds? I think I love this build personally. This was super fun. Had different kind of like moments in it, and I think we also got to see that in the community. So I guess they're just asking now, like, with all the new changes coming in, will we be able to see more builds similar to this?
Yeah. Yeah, I think to sort of answer, I think both sides of that question. Broadly speaking, the philosophy with the skill tree changes, moving the passives, changing legendaries, uniques, all that sort of stuff. All of that is to still hopefully support any sort of like existing fan favorite builds, right? Like we want to be careful of that. So like that potentially helps advise like which things get moved where and how that sort of works, because we want all those builds to still work. It's more about just adding extra things on top of that. So like, you know, I think you guys saw probably in the reveal video, right? We've got like Necromancer minions are like in the tree. So now you have like the ability to level those up directly, power those up, and customize those more, right? That sort of thing of like, hey, you should still be able to do an existing Necro build with that, but now you have more options. So the same thing should be sort of with Spiritborn, that sort of thing. Like a lot of the passives in the Spiritborn tree even sort of helped sort of inspire the general philosophy of like how legendaries sort of work now and sort of be build amplifying and sort of enabling.
Thank you for that. So, and you know what? To send us off, we have another awesome. Thanks to our awesome Anisa who pulled this again. Are there any more updates planned for endgame combat? Because after the recent combat changes with Combat Evolved, the early game combat feels great, but it really starts to fall apart in the endgame, especially when pushing the tower. Question originally sourced from Lord Sora.
So there are
GG question.
we are actually okay. So there's a bunch of new elite affixes we added to the game. We are always looking at like readability of those. That's top of mind, right? Because we feel like often when we see like combat issues, it's like, okay, can you tell what's going on? Because if you can't tell what's going on, then who cares, what we do with the tuning if you still can't visually see what's going on. So we are looking at, what we
Okay,
consider
Miko.
potentially worst offenders and trying to figure out what we can do to make that clear, or if we need to change the mechanic to make it more clear. There's no specifics to talk about, but we are actively looking at this. And one of the kind of cool things about having the tower in the game right now is it puts a very big magnifying glass on things like this, where it's hard to ignore because it suddenly bubbles up to the surface, right? And it's not something that I think is necessarily easy for players to just avoid. They got to deal with it, which means the game just kind of gets better as a result, I think, by addressing issues that have such a severe impact on the tower. Beyond that, we're literally changing every skill tree and removing a bunch of free power from it. So tuning wise, the game is changing dramatically as a result of this, right? There's power that is just kind of given away for free, sometimes like 400%, 500%, depending on what you do with your skills, that people are just kind of getting. And this is really weird for tuning, right? Because we're sort of tuning the game, in terms of like pit difficulty tiers as an example, right? It's like, well, depending on how you've spec'd out your character and how you've tried to customize your playstyle, you are now in a different power band. Even if you're the same level and have pretty much the same items as someone else. So we're kind of looking at this as a way to narrow this gap dramatically. And it should mean that we can honestly tune the game better. That's the hope. So there's a lot of tuning changes happening all throughout those tiers. And I know people have noticed like Torment 5 as an example. Yeah, we are also adding Torment tiers alongside this to kind of ease this journey a little bit for players as well.
So I think what we'll do here is first, before anything else, thank you everyone. Thank you to all the mods for helping gather all those questions. I think this time around just made it super easy to identify some of the more prominent questions that are super important to the community. Hopefully we were able to answer some stuff. There's so much, when I read something over here, I'm like, oh, I want to throw it to you guys to answer right away.
Did I answer? Did people understand kind of the answer for the end game combat thing? I just want to make sure I didn't.
Yeah, you know what, yeah, let me pause for a second. Players, just want to make sure.
Okay, cool.
That it was clear. Awesome. You know what, before we dip out of here and go, Zavin, Bjorn, just want to throw it to your way, just in case there's anything that you'd like to express or share to the awesome people that are tuning in here, or maybe watching in later recordings.
Go for it, Bjorn. You go first.
Yeah, I mean, hey, tune in March 5th to learn more about Warlock. You know, hey, I want to talk about Warlock too, guys. So, you know, hit me up then. But yeah, looking forward to it. I can't wait to see what you guys do with the class. I think it'll be really exciting.
I think it's you know, a fantastic expansion all the way through. We're talking so much about the systems and features, but honestly, whenever this is out, I hope everyone just kind of goes to Scovos, plays through the campaign. When all is said and done, just go relax, go fishing somewhere in Sanctuary, and have a blast. Every part of this is feeling good for us right now, so we hope you guys feel the same way when it's out.
Awesome. For my side, just giving thanks as well. Obviously, with new formats like this, with Sanctuary Sit Down, we're always trying to learn from everyone.
What is up with
We'd
this
love to get
cat?
any feedback on things that we could do better for folks. We're trying to find a balance between this and the developer updates. Obviously, you guys have seen that we've been doing a lot of the pre-recorded bits to kind of like dive deep and be really explicit about the information that we've read is super important for you guys. Like less filler. Like, let's get to the nitty gritty, and actually let's get a little bit geeky. I was gonna say a bad word. I was like this is a place where we're permitted to get geeky because we're not bullshitting with airtime. We're not just filling the air with a whole bunch of like overly fluff stuff. Like, you want percentages, you want this and that, like, we'll give it to you. And I think this is a place where, you know, we could write the checks to kind of like have a little bit more fun, be a little bit more open, probably answer the questions that normally wouldn't be able to get surface in any other areas. But yeah, things like duration, like, should this be 30 minutes, 45 minutes? Learning now that 30 minutes kind of might be a little short, but appreciate you all. Thank you for tuning in for this episode of Sanctuary Sit Down. Big appreciation to the mods at Sanctuary Sit Down. Again, a lot of stuff was announced yesterday. If you're a player of Diablo games, for Diablo Immortal, D2R and D4, a lot of awesome stuff. Looking forward to seeing everyone on D2R if you're into it. If you're on Twitch, don't forget about our most recently released badge. Subscribe to a friend that plays D4. Yes, I know it's a pain that it doesn't exist for the D2R category. You could blame me for that. But I'll find a way to do it better in the future. But thank you guys. Look forward to catching up. Mark your calendars. March 5th. Cool stuff's on the way. Have fun, be safe, and get all them loots. Catch you later, folks. Peace.
There's Rich. Alrighty. So just finished with the Sanctuary Sit Down. This is in the Sanctuary Discord. We were joined by Filthy Rich, community manager for Diablo. We were also joined by Zavin. You've been seeing Zavin a lot more. Zavin, most notably, is kind of putting his name on the tower. He's a lead designer. He has a cool title. All these people have cool titles that change all the time. And we also got Bjorn, Spirit Bjorn, a class designer. He is now working on the Warlock. I have had a lot of great opportunities to talk with Bjorn about the Warlock, as it's now public knowledge that people have seen the Warlock. Everybody else has seen it. You know, there's a lot going on with that class. And as a quick teaser, I may or may not have some cool
footage to show at some point. Give me my clout, all right? Look, it was fun. It was a great time. But I wanted to talk about what kind of was discussed in a Sanctuary sit down. This is much more of an informal, people just kind of asking questions, and as time permits, things being answered. So this one is a lot easier to kind of understand, and it's a lot of people who are in the Sanctuary Discord. I think there was like 200 or 300 people in there at one point. Just kind of rattling off questions as we go. So the first big thing to notice is that if you didn't pick up on it, there will be a Warlock deep dive on March 5th. So that will be coming out. We're expected to get a lot more information about the class, how it works at that point. So Bjorn is going to be on that. I assume Zavin, possibly Colin will be on that. It's hard to say exactly who will be involved. But that sounds like that's going to be a pretty meaty deep dive campfire chat. So we'll be looking forward to that. We don't have an exact time. One of the questions I was being asked a lot is basically, ¿Dónde está el passives? No, it wouldn't be L, but leave me alone. Look, I took high school Spanish. Basically, with the new skill tree being shown multiple times, it is obviously apparent passives are going away. So where are passives going? So most notably, some of the important passives, ones that aren't just damage multipliers, but instead inform how skills work, are going to be moved into Paragon and Aspects. They also might have informed how the changes in the skill tree are being revamped. So let's say there was some passive that made it so that these two skills interacted in a more interesting way. Maybe that is now in one of the variants for the skills. That was a vague example that was given. But passives are going away. Passives going away is twofold impactful on builds. One, it just removes a lot of power from builds, which is a good thing. Not only that, though, it makes it so that two people both making builds are not necessarily going to come to like wildly different outcomes just because one person picked one suboptimal passive and a different person picked the optimal passive. I do generally like that. I don't think that it dumbs down the game so much. I think that passives were not a particularly intelligent thing to engage with in the first place. So I do like that. And then people are asking about uniques. A lot of uniques have passives on them. They have skill ranks on them. And they were saying that uniques are meant to maintain a cool moment of unlocking something new for your build, which right now they don't currently do, right? Uniques currently solve skill problems and generally define the build. But with the skill tree being able to define what skills are meant to do, uniques can now move into a place where they are unique. And hopefully we're able to see that and we're actually going to bear fruit on that vision, because that's ultimately what I've been asking for uniques this entire time. I think that in Diablo 2, one of the best things about uniques is that they are not actually ascribed to a particular skill or even to a particular class or particular build. Some are just good, some are just bad, but some are just interesting. Everybody likes dual rocking flame bellows on a barbarian and getting an insane inferno. Is it good? No, but you like doing it. And I think that's what uniques are meant to offer to ARPGs personally. People are asking about loot filter and whether or not it will auto salvage. This is a really big concern if you believe that the game will look the same as it does now in the future. Now, that being said, in Season 11, they made huge strides forward where salvage isn't this like insane game of do I have Veiled Crystal? Do I have Forgotten Souls? That's not really what materials look like nowadays. And not only that, you can actually convert all of your materials into Veiled Crystals and all your Veiled Crystals into Forgotten Souls. And in the end game, you neither use the base materials or your Forgotten Crystals anymore. So the answer that we got for will loot filter auto salvage was actually that salvage just sucked. And that salvage was meant to incentivize you to pick up things because they didn't have a loot filter, because they couldn't really offer us good things to pick up in the first place. So at least getting the consolation prize of salvage was meant to be a bit of a balm. It was meant to make us feel better about the fact that good stuff wasn't dropping. But theoretically, if a loot filter is successful and items are dropping at a rate that is successful, you should not need an incentivization to pick up things you don't want to, meaning you shouldn't need salvage. What that also means is that salvage, as part of like the lifespan of activities or priorities that the player will have, should diminish. You shouldn't want to pick up trash off the ground to salvage it because you shouldn't need that salvage in the end game, because in the end game you should have end game materials that are available from end game activities. So while I don't think that people necessarily got the answer that they wanted, which was that yes, the filter will auto salvage, I think we got a significantly better answer, which is that that whole loop should go away because it's bad, and I agree with them. They were talking about sets in D4. For people who have not been caught up to speed, yes, we are getting sets. No, they are not gear that you equip. You get something called a talisman. A talisman has slots in it, and you slot in different things to the talisman to create a set of charms. There will also be a sigil, which you put onto your talisman. You can think about this as like locking into place, like a key lock on a lug nut for a car. And the seal will modify how those charms empower your set bonus. And the idea is that by incorporating sets in this way, we still get to have cool collection, and you still get to get this power from building out something that says put 2 or 3 of these together, get a thing, without it completely hampering the ability to, one, equip gear, which is, I think, one of the least fun thing about sets in games, is that it says you wear this or you're bad. And not only that, sets in Diablo 3 were meant to be a balancing tool, and in Diablo 4 they do not have to be, because that is not where they need to be reining in power or reining in players' ability to scale their damage. So having sets in this little silo here lets us have sets and charms, for all intents and purposes, without ruining itemization entirely. I'm proud of them. That is a much better implementation. Oh, also, we got a little taste test of one of the set bonuses that you'll get, and it gives druids the ability to have bear companions, which sounds sick. The Steve was wicked stoked about it in chat. Shoutouts to the Steve. But in general, that's one of the ideas of what a set will do. This feels a lot more like Last Epoch. This feels a lot more like what you could accomplish in Path of Exile. Very transformative. I like that. I want more and more of Diablo 4's itemization and character growth and power and progression to be tied to transformative experiences as opposed to just number get bigger. We then talked about basically how war plans are going to serve a lot of different purposes. There was a lot of different questions about war plans, but like one, what is the purpose of the war plan? The general idea that they shared, this was actually very good insight, was that when they were first developing a lot of the activities for Diablo 4, they wanted them to be approachable. They wanted to be accessible. And since it's a more casual friendly game, that meant that most of them kind of couldn't be hard. And that is a little bit of a cop-out, but it can simultaneously be true. Like that can be not the best excuse, but it can be an accurate excuse. And the idea of war plans is that, sure, you go do the Helltides, everybody could go do the Helltides, but at my Helltides, it rains literal meteors from the devil himself. The war plan is meant to give you the ability to modify these activities, to add the complexity, to add the danger, to add the difficulty, and to add the reward. Bringing these endgame activities, which fell off the side of the road due to the scaling differences between the pit and the open world, and bring them to difficult. And I like that a lot. But it also kind of begged the question of, what about all these different seasonal mechanics that we have seen and the fact that they're gone? You know, we don't get to have Vampire Tide anymore, where we summon 3 vampire lords and then they summon all their vampire spawn. Well, what if one of the options for the Helltide is that for you, it's modified in this way to incorporate elements like that? So the war plan is going to be another avenue by which they bring back a lot of mechanics in ways in which they feel like it makes things better. So one of the examples that they gave was that Lord Zir's vampire crazed players are going to be hunting you down in activities. That's one of the places where the war plan is kind of bringing back, you know, the Vampire Tide in that way. And I really like that too. They straight up said that Soul Self-Found is not launching with Lord of Hatred, which is kind of sad. I think that Soul Self-Found is the only way to make the tower like legitimately interesting for people who are looking to compete fairly and legitimately. But that being said, it's not that it has gone away. It's not being, shovelwared away here. It is actively being worked on, and to almost the opposite end, they didn't want to completely revamp the entirety of the game, finally launch like a completely revamped version of the tower, and then say, all right, everybody, now silo yourselves off into a significantly more challenging version of this where you don't get to engage with other people. I do kind of understand that. I get the idea that what a lot of people may want in the moment does not necessarily define the best on-ramp for a new experience in a large change to the game that is the expansion. I can vibe with that. I still wanted Soul Self-Found to launch, but I can generally get behind that sentiment. Are we getting better stash tabs? I have a picture of me getting like 300 reactions to this question, not once, but twice. The impetus for the question was the fact that in Diablo 2 Resurrected, which obviously enough just got a lot of very awesome quality of life, the stash is now insanely good. We have like your own personal stash, then you have shared stashes with arrows so you can swipe through them as opposed to them taking up all this UI space. We have specialty tabs. We have auto priority for things going into the specialty tabs. They have great functionality for taking out multiple items and putting in multiple items. They directly engage with the Herodric Cube, so a crafting system. It's just everything that you kind of want stashes to do. It's something you see a lot in Path of Exile. It's something you see in Project Diablo 2, if you haven't played that mod of the original LOD experience. And the answer that I got was nothing at this time. And that one stung a little bit. That one, if I'm reading between the lines, says probably no time soon, or an insanely massive reveal that they want to hide a little bit more. And I don't think that the Hopium can take me that far. So I don't really think that we're going to see massive changes to the stash. And it really begs the question, why? There must be some kind of technological limitation for why the stash has been so subpar and so negatively impactful on the game for so long. Like, there's got to be, like, the stash had to have been developed on some stone tablet that is connected to the server via like a potato and 2 copper wires. Like, something wild has to be going on behind the scenes with the coding of this stash that we can't just have good stashes. I don't know, man. They were a little bit cagey about it. As far as anything else, will combat get better? So this was from Lord Sara. And if you haven't been pushing in Diablo 4 since Season 11 PTR and in Season 11, you may not have recognized it. But in Season 11, we got Combat Reborn. This idea was supposed to completely revolutionize combat from monsters. And being very blunt, I think it made the game just worse to play. I think it's worse in almost every regard. Pushing in the pit feels terrible. Similarly in the tower, fighting all these monsters with all these different affixes that have like just no curation. It's just insane. They added multiple monsters just don't take damage from you affixes after learning that we hated these shielding DR, champion mobs that were running around before. And they added even worse versions of them. I want, I'm a shill. I get that. I'm willing to put a good spin on a lot of things. The combat changes just aren't it. They just feel really bad. And we knew that walking out of the PTR. And Zavin did give us like a pretty decent answer here. And it's that, yes, they're always investigating disproportionate outliers for negative impact on the gameplay experience of combat, especially with the addition of the tower. There's a big magnifying glass, right? The tower is the big new shiny, hey, you finally got your leaderboards thing. Here, everybody can compete in the game. And if everybody starts doing that and then finding out, hey, combat sucks in the end game, it just feels very bad, then that will be very apparent. And that's true. And I like that, right? I like the idea that they are aware of the amount of weight that is being put on how combat is experienced in Diablo 4 and how that relates to our experience of like true competition in the game. That makes sense. And one of the other things that he said was that walking into the expansion, player power is being completely retuned naturally by the fact that, passives are going away and the skill trees are going to be different. And uniques are meant to be unique as opposed to just damage scaling, and aspects are meant to enable different things in the builds and scale more generally as opposed to being specific and only allowing maybe one skill to do damage, maybe 2 skills could do damage. If we ever lived in a world where I could have an AoE skill and a single target skill and I could actually target a monster and choose to burn that thing down and then deal with other stuff, combat already feels a lot better. So not that was explicitly stated, but there's this idea that with the game being revamped, tuning these things will be easier because, and they've run into this a lot, right now tuning things is very hard because the game is a little bit out of control as far as scaling is concerned, and a disproportionate access to scaling. The other thing that they confirmed is Torment tiers, plural, being added to the game. We saw Torment 5 in the showcase, and the addition of more tiers could make it so that you're able to make better bands of scaling, better rewards for the scaling, a lot of different things. And all that inherently plays into the overall systems, which are inevitably impacted by and inform combat. So, did we get an exact answer? No. Did we get, I think, a fairly good look into how these things kind of all play hand in hand? Yes. I don't think everybody was happy with the answer, but I am always somebody who appreciates the why of things and not necessarily just the answer that makes me the happiest in that moment. So that's what we got. There was nothing else really that came out of this. It was kind of nice. It went a little bit over the 30-minute mark. I think they're going to try to make it longer because 30 minutes, like, I felt like we just sat down and like, ooh, we're coming up on the 30-minute mark. And I went, oh, we didn't answer any questions. We mostly just settled in and introduced ourselves. So I would look forward to these potentially being longer in the future, maybe being a little bit more involved. But it was good, as always. That's about it. I just want to bring that to people who don't go and listen to this themselves. Hopefully that gave some insight as well as my own insight to help better contextualize some of these things. That's about it. Thank you so much for watching. I truly hope that this helps and look forward to seeing you in the next one. Okay. Was that a video? That was a video, yes. Having more runes than fit into a stash tab is bananas. Truly is. It's like insane. I remember when they first revealed runes and I went, oh, you guys are going to have like a rune inventory in our equipment that fits all the runes in it, right? Right? And they didn't. And then it never happened. And that's crazy, my guy. That's loco in la cabeza, mi amigo. Okay. So, with all that being said, I'm running out of energy juice in my body. So, we've been going for about 4 hours. I'm going to take this opportunity to get up and go get some lunch because it's fucking 3 o'clock. And that's past lunchtime. So I'm going to load this back up. I'm going to leave on the music. I'll run ads now so we're not interrupted later. I'm going to need like 5-10 minutes. Just to be honest with you, if you want to come back in 5-10 minutes, I perfectly understand. The next thing that we're going to be doing is fire build. So I think I want to do some early game leveling with it, but also I want to do this mid-tier leveling with it too. Actually, you know what? Before that, we're going to make the planner for the Abyss Warlock. I think I should get that handed off to people. Yeah. All right. I will be right back. Like I said, give me a few. Running ads now. Thank you for being here. I appreciate y'all. B R B. I didn't take anything that I needed.
Okay. We back. I appreciate y'all's patience. I feel a lot better. I ate some chili. No, we have not left the chaos tree yet, actually. I have to see something very quickly now that I think about that.
Good day. These creatures of dark.
Is there a difference in content? No, you just have to spawn your own Diablo clone. No, you cannot set player count. Yes, it's only one SOJ.
Another den of evil. Let's root them all out. Who has a link to my build testing doc? Nobody does. That's my secrets. And by secrets, I mean it has one set of data on it currently. Asthma Bolt is just so insane.
Like, truly unhinged. Whoa.
The evil in this place departs with me.
Hmm. Really? Huh. What a interesting way to shape this map. Oh my god, the XP here is insane. Oh, Mac Ryan Secrets. I get it. Sorry for clearing my throat so much, but I gotta do it. New Warlock class, insane, huh? Yeah. Insane. They're just like, hey, here's a whole class.
Oh, it's live right now. Back to back, it's live right now. Go enjoy is actually crazy. I can't even imagine getting like plus skill or FCR on this. You stop when it's a single target? So what do you do against single target? Oh, that's when you would have the flame wave thing going. Alright, sure. I'm just seeing how that early game feels on this. They're really setting an example for future ones? Yeah. I think that's fair to say.
These sisters succumbed so readily to the call of anguish.
I think that's pretty fair to say.
Yes? Hello.
I need a key.
Excuse me.
Oh, fresh blood smells far sweeter than this.
Wow. They're not worth to walk up here. Horrible pack. Back to back. Love that. Oh, this is level 18. This is clearly very good. No one can deny that. Alright, maybe we go to 20.
Good day.
The order welcomes you.
Single dagger. Leave summon Goatman. Seems silly putting them into my... Well, putting them to miasma is actually really important, especially if you're doing... Especially if you're doing an early game run, like an efficient one, because you'll need something to be able to kill the Countess who's fire enchanted. So miasma bolt is just insane. So putting points into it early is kind of fine. We have to figure out the same thing on... Or at least we used to have to figure out the same thing on Assassin with Fire Blast. And you ended up just, like, attacking with your dagger and throwing Strangling Gas potions. This is, like... There's quite literally nowhere else to put the points. Like, yeah, picking up Goatman is kind of nice just to, like, have a tank.
But I can see it. I'm seeing it. I thought this mana, like, so we do teeth on Necromancer, and it sucks because having a high enough level teeth to do damage requires so much mana that it's like insanely unfun to play. But this is such a bad tower. I got no elite packs. Absolutely nutsy. Yes, this is on players 8. That's doing really well. Such a good map for the tower and such bad outcomes in the tower. Take a look at this. We do get a pack out here, which is kind of nice. Ooh, champ pack. The thing that pisses me off is that this pushes back some people so far back that they don't get hit.
I am overburdened.
And it's like, well, what's the point? I thought putting the 1 point into Goatman would be kind of good. It is nice to have it on bosses, but I think you just want it in Miasma. Miasma really is like your single target damage. This was 15 points in energy. Teleporting isn't weird so much, it just has a set distance.
Good day.
Hi.
These sisters succumbed so readily to the call of anguish.
E this early. Look. I need what I need. Champion pack. I shall make weapons from your bones. I shall make weapons from your bones. You know, the Smith is a lot less impressive when you say what he says, but stupid.
Simple cages for simple minds.
I shall make weapons from your bones.
I shall make weapons from your bones. Your bones are weapons? Legally, they're legally mandated to be processed as weapons. In all 50 states, actually. I shall make weapons from your bones.
Good day. Oh, what can I do for you?
Me, I shall make weapons from your bones. Beautiful Eldritch Miasma build will be good. Eldritch? This? Does this do Miasma?
Greetings.
I'm not sure what the question means. Eldritch deals in swinging your weapons at monsters and doing magic damage. Do I think a full Miasma build would be good? I think in the end game it'll be like a C+ build. It's good for leveling, good for early game. C+, jeez, yeah. Yep.
The shadows churn with the touch of anguish.
Nothing wrong with C+. It feels so much like it's right over there, actually. It was not. Interesting. What about Echoing Strike? I don't know anything about that skill tree yet. That is a whole other skill tree. I've not looked into. How do you feel? Oh, pretty good. Leveling as Eldritch? Terrible. Seems like a very bad decision. So, when I looked over here and I just... Oh, I didn't see it right. Oh, I was a stupido. Miasma chain is so janky. It is so powerful, I think it's bugged.
It is insane. I would agree. I got C's. Can you milk me? What a wild quote from a movie. What a bad map. What a horrid map. Wow. That is the longest backtrack I've ever seen in a catacomb. It is an entire wing backtrack. How insane is that? Summon Blood Boil build. I'm going to try it in the end game. I don't think it's going to be great.
The Order welcomes you.
Good day.
What an insane map. Map, what do you want from me? Oh! Will I be playing the D4 Warlock? Yes, when it releases with the expansion. One of my favorite characters ever is the Warlock, so I'm going to be a big Warlock guy. The NDA is very much still in place. The only thing that I can say is that I have played it when I was traveling. Oddly enough, I was going to Blizzard. That's probably why all your favorite content creators weren't around for the same weekend. And hopefully I have some stuff I get to show you all in the not too distant future. Very excited about it. Absolutely my new main, not even close. And that's where I got the cleaver. These maps have been heinous. Like, the worst catacomb maps I've ever gotten? Bar none? Wow. Wow. Oh, I'm not going to abandon the Necromancer, guys. I've put 5,000 hours into this class. It's my whole brand. The Warlock's just very on brand.
Oh, can we wall bang? Hold on. Ma'am, come here. Okay. Fire is very good. Okay. So let's talk about end game fire. Well, let's talk about early game fire. Huh. What else do you do with these points? I guess you go Sigil of Death, kind of. Do you? Is it more consume bonus? How crazy would that be? Huh. Blade Warp. Alright, let's do it. So let's do our same ranking. Duplicate. This one is pure fire. Oh, no, I was going to make our build planner. Okay, let's really hone in here. Let's make a build planner. When can you expect the secrets for this? I mean, I'm about to put a build planner together for Abyss right now. So I guess soon. Stop recording this. Reset. So we need to make... Sure. I mean, Blade Warp for free, right? That's like the ideal. Oh, would we ever get Bind Demon for free? Do we care about any of the demons? Kinda do. Magic Pierce up to 30. Oh. Up to 30. Well, hold on now. Okay. Where are the new rune words? They're on D2 Planner on Maxroll. This still work? Hold on. Hold on. You don't see them in the full list of rune words? What do you mean? Which ones are missing? Like, here's Void. Here's Ritual. Forget the other one. There's another one in there. They're not in items rune words. In this? This is a manually generated... This is not an auto-generated thing. This is a manually generated resource that needs to get updated. Also, we now have... database, so posts like that are probably going to go away. But if you haven't gone to the database... And also, again, in the D2 planner. For dummies, where can you see a list of the new ones? I don't know. Somebody probably has a YouTube video on it, I would assume. I would assume. They might be in the blog post. You can check the D2R blog post. How different are the playstyles between D2 and D4 Warlock? Well, Diablo 2 and Diablo 4 don't play at all similar in any way, shape, or form, so drastically. But as far as what do the classes look like, that's all pure NDA. I can't even vaguely hint at it. Super endgame. I mean, we need Enigma. No two ways around it. Oh, I should look at the set items. Yes, that's true. Make my day. Horizons. I should look at the full Horizon set. So these give attack rating, fire damage, crushing blow. And leech, life leech, attack speed. That's a lot of fire damage. Cool. Demon skills. Tri-res, you get vitality and poison res. Warlock skills, just across the board. Percent, dude, we got visionary. We get strength to increase maximum life. Eldritch skills, hit recovery. Vitality, life, energy, minus enemy res. Can you respec? You can respec 3 times after completing the Den of Evil in each difficulty. If you're playing offline, you can look up something called Enable Respec, where you put a command line in, and then you can just respec as many times as you want. Run walk, strength dex, cannot be frozen boots. Finally. Hell yeah, brother. Plus 30 to enchant? What do you think? So this Horizon set is like inherently a combat set. And all the bonuses other than the fire res are for that? That kind of shitty set, huh? The boots are, I mean, so much fucking strength. The boots are good. Anybody gonna use the boots? They basically say 30 ED. Cannot be frozen boots. Everybody would want war traps. So we're not going to use these boots. They're cool boots. They might be required for PvP in some circumstances. No, the weapon is not part of this set. "30 strength and cannot be frozen" is pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good, but for what build? For what build is it pretty damn good? Do sigils get bigger? Yes. But I will say the sigils, like the slow sigil is very good. That barb that has trouble fitting cannot be frozen in PvP? Oh, I don't. Spoiler, I love you so much. I do not do PvP. Berkeley, oh, you want cannot be. So you want cannot be frozen, no question. Any build that's trying to swing a weapon wants to use War Travs because War Travs adds flat damage, or it wants to use Gore Riders for Deadly Strike and Crushing Blow and Open Wounds. So like, these are not bad boots. I'm trying to figure out who fits these boots. Ixen? Ixen could like these boots. Trade faster hit recovery for cannot be frozen. Like Sandstorm Trek? Oh, I missed that you said Sandstorm Trek right above that. I was sitting there, I was like, why are we talking, like, in reference to Sandstorm Trek? Did I say Sandstorm Trek? You said Sandstorm Trek. That now makes sense. What is the Warlock skill? Miasma Chain. Saves Barb a Cham rune? It could. There isn't a socket. Like, again, these are not bad boots. These are not bad boots by any means. In the end game, who uses it? Isn't that the wrong game in the title? What? No. No, it's not. Maybe control F5? I don't think we two set piece this. The 32 enchant is crazy. The full set, but like this is very Al Rasha's. But bad? This is a bad set, y'all. It's not a bad set. Sorry. Being overly simple. I think it requires some bumps. Oh. How the fuck do I save a profile? Oh, I have to... I have to get used to saying Warlock. Okay, so you... Okay. Okay, I understand now. $40 FCR. Mage plate. I think using first logic quest and put sword for spirit is worth it on the Warlock. Yes. Oh, new belts. Heats wager, run walk, FCR, hit recovery, minus enemy magic res. Is that worth 1 skill point? Do I think Warlock will be the next best in slot character? I think the Warlock's going to undergo many changes before it even hits the ladder. And trying to determine whether or not it's best right now is too soon. It's been 24 hours. So we gotta kinda let the dust settle. Runwalk is cool. Hit recovery is cool. Minus enemy res is cool. It's not as strong as +1 to skills. I don't believe so. And it's so much strength. Blech. Need like who's equipping this? I have a lot of questions. Like this needed minus requirements, I think. So we are at 60. I want to get to the 125. I kind of want to get to the 125, right? %2 is crazy. +1 to town portal is also crazy. What is this for? Lowe's target. Wild. We live in a truly wild time. 60. Constricting ring isn't a real item. No. It's in the data, but it's not a real item. Like, okay. Do you want 10 more faster run walk than Sandstorm Trek? Hear me out. Hear me out here, though. Or 72 strength. These could say 50 run walk and I wouldn't use them. What up, Sonny? Like these need another pass, I would say, aggressively. Is it not considered a fire skill? Really? Is that true? No, these have to be considered fire skills. What? This is not a fire skill?
Do we know the Warlocks? Yeah, they're the Necro. When will Blizzard talk about Season 12? It's a great question. Assume a campfire chat? Soonish? I mean, it's just Trangs, as uninteresting as that is. 60, 80. Do I want to get up to 125? I could stop right here. Well, what's my grimoire going to be? This is cool. So do you want the minus enemy res, or do you want resistances? I get there without resistances. I guess so. Like, this is what I'm saying. Fucking doesn't matter. If I had 40, 60, 80. There's no unique helm? Hmm. 40, 60, 80. I mean, Spirit, like, get you there. All that survivability. Worth it. Hell Wardens is the new helm? Oh, thank you. That's not bad. It's a pretty cool little helmet. And I just need a well, no, my amulet. Well. Can't get all resistances anymore, huh?
Where did that go? Where did my little piddly go? Yeah, it's got to be this one. Oh. Gotcha. Okay. That's my amulet. So this can be... We're doing magic damage. This could just be Shaco. Maybe it's a mistake? What do you mean? That doesn't sound like a mistake. And then... Or traps. I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man with a simple plan. I need to make a grimoire. Grimoire. Because the Defiler has a min of 20, so it's consume level plus 9 or 20. Or passive. This has a max of 10, so consume level plus 4, plus 9 or 20. What kind of consume level am I going to get up to? Put spirit here for now, but it might be... But it might be... Oh, why is this less? Does this give me strength? Give me 12 all attributes. Crazy work. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to need this many attributes when I put in the rest of my gear too, but whatever. I do the charms later and then I reset stats. I want to make sure that the character is functional without these things before I start min-maxing it. There's a world where I need to get my consume up higher and I actually run Splendor in a grimoire with consume on it for the +2. And then I wouldn't need these 12 stats either, so there's a whole bunch of little fiddling that happens. Making a build is hard. So well, that kind of changes how many points I need in consume, doesn't it? Fuck. Can I have it? What's up with that? Okay. Why can't I? What is going on? Do I have to click it harder? What the fuck? Huh. I can't put... What's going on here? Game planner, you were smarter than you used to be smarter, and I don't know what has happened. Okay, okay. $18. So I don't need more. 18 plus 9 or 20. Versus... Okay, yeah, I don't need more. What about for him, though? Passive magic pierce. Consume level plus 10. Hawaiian Void Finger? That's interesting. Well, alright, I'm not going to worry about that for right now. Roadie. I don't care about picking up Bind Demon. I would pick up this. You don't need it. You can drop it. record. Now what? Coco, thank you very much for the follow. We have 16 points to put where we would like to put them. Yeah, I guess we're bumping consume. Stop recording. Or 90 boss. Okay. Ard. Abyss. Lock. Primary skill. Be chains. Abyss. Zoom. And Sigil Death. These are just going to be grand. Oh my Christ, dude. That's so heinously annoying. Chaos. Plus life. Do I care? Do I want to be a block character? I kind of like block. Do I need hit recovery? I can take a hit recovery charm, sure. Wait, what? 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 Why? Riv, why? Huh. That sucks. Familiar with the new resources, a couple in the Spotlight video that were never addressed. How familiar am I with the resources that we haven't gotten? So we have no information on new resources coming to the game. So I am as aware of them as everybody. But nobody has information on them. If you mean for like the crafting and all of that. Oh, you're talking about Diablo 2 Resurrected? Oh, those are covered in the blog post. You want to read like the D2R blog post for the expansion. They actually do explicitly talk about the statues in the Spotlight. They explain to you how the statues work. they also talk about the Terror Zone stuff now that I think about it. Don't quote me on that one. I don't know. Those might have been work in progress, not final product type things, but I don't know. It might be secrets. Mercenary. Yeah, there have been organ parts in the... So there have been organ parts in the game that aren't the 3 organs that we get, like a mandible and a thing. But I assume that was just a work in progress pick. That's my best guess. What mercenary do we use here? What mercenary do we use? No insight? You don't need insight on this build. This is like not a mana hungry build at all. The only thing that you need your mercenary, like, the only thing that you actually need a mercenary for is for killing magic immunes. The only ones that really matter are like Bale waves. People are so afraid of just drinking a fucking potion. And it, like, a little bit pisses me off. It a little bit pisses me off how much people absolutely fucking refuse to drink a goddamn potion. Like, drink a fucking potion. People all the time are like, I have so many mana issues. Like, how do I solve my mana issues? And I go, do you drink potions? They go, I don't really want to drink potions. And I go, so that's how you solve your mana issues. Like, nah. On this build that doesn't benefit from it, I'll use fucking Phoenix. And I'm like, yeah, that's the yeah. 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 That's the reasonable outcome from this. I hate drinking potions. I hate managing my belt. I set my belt full of full rejues and just die instead of using them because then I have to restock them. Yeah, but you would have to restock them anyways because they would fall out of your belt. Since the Warlock can dual wield shield and two-hander, are there any cool two-handers that should be viable for a caster? Yeah, a whole bunch of them. Like, name a two-hander. It's viable. Like, do you want the build to be the best that it can be? Or do you want to, when you kill some monsters on the way, pick up a random assortment of... It doesn't even matter what potions you pick up. Pick up a random assortment of potions. It literally doesn't matter. You can pick up any fucking potion and just drink them, even if you don't know if you need mana or not. And you will just not have mana problems. It's that fucking easy. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Like, the player base of Diablo 2, sincerely, thinks it's so justified in this weird fucking... It's like people who go, I don't like drinking water. Drink the fucking water. I got real life friends, and if they're listening right now, drink your goddamn water. Fucking. Or go to a psychiatrist and get a diagnosis. Pick one. If you have mana issues, use insight instead. Also, just drink your ding dang potions. You silly goose. Nah. Drinks water so daddy is less angry. Calm down. Drink your fucking potions. This is called standard. Drink your goddamn potions. $40, $50, $85. I can lose 10. Drink your goddamn potions. here. Mana per kill. How does that fucking feel? How is Geed's Wager not have Magic Find on it? What are we doing here, boys? Geed's Wager doesn't have magic. Oh, we already have a magic. Well, we already have a Magic Find. To their credit. 40, 75, 80, 90. What was I trying to accomplish? $40, 50, 85. I don't know what I was trying to accomplish, but here we are. Save. And starter. Blade Warp feels so rough to use. Oh, I actually love Blade Warp. You got to think about it like Leap Attack, if you haven't already. You're considering including Sling in all of my builds so I don't have to restock goddamn TP scrolls? You know what? Actually, I think it's really beautiful that like that type of stuff exists for people like you who are fucking insane. Just Looney Tunes out here, my dude. Looney Tunes! No, but sincerely, I actually do think that it's cool that something like that exists. That is like what that's like what itemization is all about. What difficulty am I in? Me? Like me, the person? The Warlock was done yesterday. I've now created a level 75 twink character to just copy and paste to test builds at like starter level gear. Yeah, I beat hell difficulty in like, I don't know, like 4 hours. Something like that. Skull cap. 4. Oh yeah, boy, we were deep in the trenches. This is 35, 50, 60. This to be 70. Yeah. I'm like that. There you go. There's a character. How is... Okay. I think it would be a good idea to tweak +2 to class skill levels, armor rune words by either lowering the cost or boosting the stats, since the only one ever used is treachery. Treachery is not the only one ever used. I'm not sure where that necessarily comes from, but peace is used, enlightenment is used, myth is used. Well, myth can get used on Warcry Barb. Bone Siege use. I guess like Druid. Is that like rain or whatever? Like the paladin one doesn't see use and the druid one doesn't see use. But peace is a staple for starter Amazons. Enlightenment is great, especially on like an enchant sort. Really good option. What are my thoughts on skill viability for the Warlock? I've only really tested Chaos, so I can't speak to it so well. You know me, boss. I go slow and I'm very timid on making declarative statements. Oh my Christ, dude, not being able to copy these is insane. Riv, please. Okay. Oh, now I have to, like, make a thing? Ugh. Required level 85. Huh. You know all the things now, right? I have made a declarative statement about the miasma chains build up to early endgame and my estimate of where I think it will land as a min-maxed endgame build. And I think it will be a C+ build. I am now finishing the planner for this build. How does sigil death work? You put the sigil on the ground the moment that a monster drops to 13% of their life or lower, they explode, or they die and then they explode.
So let me know if you have any questions about that. Corpse explosion with more steps? Yes, and worse. You can only have one hex on the ground. Taking the L should have lurked more before asking. No, you could, I mean, you don't have to take an L. We're just discussing a thing. Is there a way for other classes to get access to it? I don't fucking know. Maybe. It might be in charges. But you could just cast Corpse Explosion. Okay. All right, so that's done. We're done with that. We're done with that. I don't have to do it anymore. Whoa. Now, fire. Now I don't have to do it no more. Okie dokie. Pure fire. Let's put together pure fire. We had pure fire together. I don't know what happened.
Can't do that here.
Okay, so let's run our test. Elite sniping. Timer.
22 seconds. Be good. Very yes. Oh, and we could actually have a mercenary on this setup. No, that's P1. I go through and I do sets of data collection. Uh, 58. Oh, they're supposed to be at P5. Well. If Miasma is leveling, Miasma and Abyss can both be a leveling and end game. At this point, the fire build, you have to invest pretty heavily into energy, but the fire build gets very good for leveling as well. And then they are differently good at two different things in the end game. And that's about as much detail as I can currently give. Oh, wild. Any honest tips for someone who loves ARPG but finds D2 to be too old school for my liking? I want to play the update but find myself just not enjoying myself at all. Thank you for the follow. Do you want to enjoy Diablo 2? And are you playing Diablo 2 Resurrected?
Yes.
Like, I can't give you a tip for enjoying the game more if you don't enjoy the game. And it's also okay to, like, not enjoy the game. You want to enjoy the game, but you don't. Try something else? I'm not exactly sure what tip I could give you. If you don't enjoy the game, it's just okay that you don't. Can you help me to understand why you want to like it even though you don't? Maybe that can help me? I want to assist you, but the thing you're asking me is, like, make it so I like a thing I don't. It's just a bit too old for my taste. Okay, yeah, don't play it. Like, there's nothing that's gonna change the fact that it is a video game from 25 years ago. It's not so much that it's a weird question. I understand the sentiment. I do. It's just not a thing that I can help. And I don't like giving no's for answers, and I like to try to help. But if it is game feels old, then the game feels old. I think one of the cool parts about Diablo 2 is how it rewards you for learning more and more about the game. And basically like finding a way to cheat the game a little bit. Fine, mid. How long did it take me to get to 75? Oh, like 4 or 5 hours? What's my favorite Warlock build until now? I've played 2. So I've played Abyss and Apocalypse. I like them both for different reasons. I don't really have a favorite yet. Hey, thank you, Michael. Did I test any Eldritch skill tree? Not yet. Hell Shale Ral. Yeah, it's fine. The recovery Warlock skills. It's like bad bone. That's fine. Cows. What's happening here? What is occurring? We're 15. Fine. Damn. I expected that to do a lot better against cows, but I guess that's kind of the issue with cows, right? Demon Mind for Big Head. Fire Mastery is Consume +9 or 20. What about Ishibash? Consume +7. That's a lot higher. A bound monster with conviction to this for budget infinity. Yeah, I mean it's a random chance that it would get conviction. One of the issues is that it will die, and then I'm losing out on not being able to eat my demon for the plus to fire res or the plus to fire damage and the minus fire res. One thing I can say that bothers me is the flask system in this game. Potions? Yeah, you just have to drink potions. What these statue consumables are called. No idea. I haven't seen one. Sorry, Boiler.
To the waypoint, I guess.
Buenas noches, Abel. ¿Cómo estás? Do you mean Bind has conviction or do you get it? It's a randomized aura. Bien, bien. Estoy cansado, pero es okay. And I have a lot to cover, so I'm excited. Players 3 cows is gonna be rough. Am I doing this right? Oh. Muchas gracias, sí. I very little bit, honestly. Like I studied in school, and I worked with some fine gentlemen from Guatemala, and then worked in places where there was large Hispanic populations, so I can like vary a little bit, you know. Arbol. Sí. Arbol. ¿Cómo es? ¿Cómo se dice arbol en inglés? Oh, sí. ¡Ja! Not really, not yet. I saw them, right? But I didn't go look at them. Can we actually like see, can we CC? Did they hover them? Yeah. Yeah, so we can't actually see them. You just, they're there. They've just gone back into the skill tree where they should have been.
The Order welcomes you.
Alright, so this is P3 cows. That ain't it.
Oh, my timer reset. I mean, this is heinous. It's gonna be like 6 minutes. I mean, it feels fine to do it. Is it good? No. Voy a dormir y mañana trabajo. Chao, mi amigo. I felt bad. I felt very bad. Felt pretty bad. Did I sleep well after the all-nighter? I slept for 3 hours. So if I may, no. Not at all. Let me run to the bathroom real quick. We might have to make a leveling guide. All right. I have to make a leveling guide. So let's just do that here. We're going to put fire on hold. Fire doesn't feel the best, but I think in the end game with good gear, it'll feel much better. For leveling, it feels very good. Starter setup is fine. It's a density destroyer, but you can't really do cows on it so much. Like, where do you do density? I guess in terror zones in places like Act 3, like flares and stuff. It's not great. Also, it's like fine for boss damage. But let's here, we're gonna do the leveling guide setup so we can get this onto Maxroll. Gonna prioritize this real quick. Level, skill, bonus, skill. All the way to 75. Which build is the strongest so far? The strongest build that I've tested is Abyss, but I've only done the Chaos side. Skill. This is Miasma Bolt. 1, 2, 3. This is Den. This is Miasma Bolt. 4, 5. D2 Planner. So we go 1, 1, 2. Oh my god, please. 25 and 12. Level 1. Where are the bonuses? Can I not change the bonuses? Like level 1, 2, 3, 4 from the den. 4, 5. I mean, yeah, you just keep going. Okay. 5. Boop, 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 boop. You get chains. Asthma chains. Chains. Do we take anything else for a while? Not really. Chains, 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 Radament, chains. My bound demon dynamically level up like if I take it from normal into nightmare? I think so. Dark micro transition. Hello, ma'am. How we doing today? Dark micro transition is very good. As we change 15, 16, 17, 18, 16, 17, 18. No, so make this one levitation mastery. Hold on. $16. Echoing Strike, Blade Warp. Echoing Strike, Blade Warp. Pick up 1 Sigil Lethargy. And then we're in Act 3. Golden Bird, Lamb Essence Tome. Golden Bird, Lamb Essence Tome. Then we go. This is Iswal. Chains. So we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nine. Enhanced. Trippy. Chains. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we're here. 14. 15. 16, 17. 18. $19.20. All right, we're done with that. This is Radamant. This is Abyss. Full Miasma is good. Fire is good. Something will work in here, I just don't know what. At 40, we do a respec. Sure. So I have 40, 41, 42. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 48 total points. Respec. Respec is 1 point in. 1 point down to Defiler. This is Goat, Tainted Defiler. This is a Demonic Mastery, Blood Oath, Consume. Then Levitation Mastery, Echoing Strike, Blade Warp. Levitation Mastery, Echoing Strike, Blade Warp. Then is Lethargy, Rancor, Death, Sigil, Lethargy, Sigil, Rancor, Sigil, Death. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. That's 12 points. So we have 36 left over. Wish the bolt was a bit faster. Are you at the 75 FCR breakpoint? At least? Yeah, I'm gonna cover it in video in Tonico. There's not like, or Antonio. There's not like an insane amount of stuff. It was just like insight into why some of the decisions were made. I'm gonna pop it up on screen. You can pause the stream real quick. There you go. And I cover it in greater detail in my video, which I've recorded. You're still in normal. Ma'am. You gotta be at level 75 before we start complaining about stuff. 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12. 36 more points. Okay. Multi-points. 10 in Abyss. Two in Enhanced Entropy. It's 12. Miasma Chains. 32 plus 12. 44. It's 4 more. 4 in Miasma Bolt. Was Iswal. Okay. Now we are at 1, 2, 3, 10, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Radamant. Then we were doing Miasma Bolt. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is Den 3. Radamant 3. 3. 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. I should have +2 skills here. So I have to get up to 10 total. Not really. Nine. As well. 10, 11. 12. 13, 14. 15, 16. Doesn't really give you a good means by which to kill these bad guys. It's like, just deal with wave 2. But how do I teach them how to deal with wave 2? Maybe they pick up 3-point Apocalypse. All right. 16, 40. Okay. Then it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. 7 plus that is 2. And then enhanced entropy. Okay. That's that. Now let's talk about it in sections. And how much is like a fucking dagger? Here's a blade. So we need to get up to 35 strength and 51 dex. 35 strength, 51 dex. 35, 51 strength, dex. I actually want to be at 48, like a broadsword. And then also a kite shield. 37. It's 47 strength. Okay.
So, now that we're here, let's think about the sections. This is section 1. No, this is section 1. What's my game plan here, boss? I want them to have lethargy for... Yeah, I want them to have lethargy for Duriel. And then... This is section 1, because this kind of gets them on board. Right? This is them ready. They're in Act 2. Then from Act 2 to... here. Section 1. Section 2. Went to 26. That gets them out of normal. Nightmare can all be 1. Nightmare should be... including the respec. Section 3. And the respec is here. Okay. So that's level 40 in the respec. This is Act 2. Act 2 normal. This is 2 normal cows. This is Nightmare. And then this is Hell. Hell. Okay. Blade Warp can't even warp to Bale's platform. There's actually an invisible wall there to stop people from cheesing him. We still used to be able to do it with far casting with Amazon, but I like Blade Warp actually a lot. Blade Warp is just leap attack. You have to think about it like leap attack instead of teleport.
Like, how would you throw your sword over the wall in the maggot layer, right? Doesn't quite make sense. What do we start at for stats? 15, 20, 25, 20. Need to get 25 fairly early. So then we go stat is vitality 1, 2, 3, 4, dexterity, strength, and it's vitality all the way down. So we're now at 25 dex and we're at 25 strength. I need to get up to 47, 48. So we're at 25. So we need strength. Strength. 35. $40, 45. 3 strength, 2 vite. Then vitality, 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 vitality. That's this is. Oh, that doesn't work. Works over there though. Okay. Stats here are vitality, 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 vitality. Here at the respec, we need 48 strength. Need at least 35 dex. Rest vitality. And then it's literally vitality all the way down. Okay. So with all of this in mind, I'm gonna not look at you all for just like a hot second, so please do not be offended. Reset. Edit, set 1. 1, 2, 2. Normal. Save this. Oh, Meta? They can.
Everyone, I have a deep secret to share with you. You can't tell anybody. You can't tell Blizzard I showed you this. And Aaron, if you're listening, don't look. Don't tell anybody. That's all you get. Need a lot of need it. Hello, Trev. You're confused? How dare you? How dare you be confused in front of me, my beautiful children, my children. This Warlock leveling guide. Okay. So here's how we do it. This is Act 1 through 2, normal. And then I follow my nose. And it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Stop recording. Perfect. Save. Edit. Copy. This is Act 5. Oh. Board. Miasma chain. Miasma chain. Miasma chains. Miasma chains. Miasma chains. Enhanced entropy. Miasma chains. Miasma chains. Stop. Okay. We save. Section 3 is copy. Is Nightmare. Confirm.
record. This goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Abyss. 1, 2, 3. Abyss. Abyss. I'm missing a point. What was that? Gotta wash it. Okay. Stop recording. Save. Edit. Copy. Respec. Level 40. Okay. Reset. I am level 40. Level 40. And I haven't done hell yet. So I don't have these. I should have 47 points. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. 12, 24, 44. How is that possible? I've messed up my count somewhere, so this is going to be 3 and 2 miasma bolt. Okay. Goat, tainted, defiler, demonic mastery, blood oath, consume. Levitation, boop, boop. Lethargy, this rancor. And we go 1, 2, 3. We max out miasma chains, we go boop, boop. Level 40. Great. Save. Hell. No. Edit. Delete. L. Confirm. And from here, we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10. Then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 14, 16. I'm missing a point somewhere. That's okay. save. Okay. This is what it kind of looks like. Or okay. For my health setup, cube. Oh. Oh. Okay. What up, painting? I'm doing Eldritch, but I'm hitting a wall at the end of Act 3, beginning of Act 4 normal. Yeah, that makes sense. I think Eldritch is pretty bad for leveling. What weapon are you using? Warlock is better summoner than Necromancer? It's a different summoner than... It's like a completely different summoning experience, I would say. Warlock is better everything than X right now? I actually super don't agree with that at all. Warlock seems like pretty okay. Malice is bad so far? Malice in what base? Because you got to remember, you could be attacking with like your faster cast rate, so you could be using like a really big slow weapon. In a flail? Flail's, I mean, flail's fun. It's OP early to me. It's pretty good for leveling, for sure. Hard leather armor. A lore. Ancient's Pledge. So this would be 67. I need exactly 5. Kind of crazy. Death. Magic. Teleport. Hold. 5. 26. Oh, wait, hold on. Is it the cold rise? 40. Okay. On swap, you can find a Dirk. A Dirk. Give miasma bolts. Give miasma chain. Anything else that might be good at this level? Sigil Rancor. Do we need anything else? Kinda no. Maybe re-roll? Are you playing on single player or are you playing online? But also, what level are you? $25. Yeah, dog, I would make a new character. Like, take whatever good rune words you made and toss them in your shared stash and literally just make a new Warlock and level as miasma. It will take you, if you just like do it quickly. What up, 7? You heard this update sucks and no one likes it? I don't believe you. Can you play the endgame in offline? Of course you can. Yeah. I have not had that issue, Judd. Also, how you doing, 7? What are you doing, Abigail? How do you level miasma? Do you have an early build guide that I can follow right now? You are quite literally watching it happen currently. Here you go. No problem. All right, everybody. I need to write now. I need to write. So I'm sorry, but I need to write because we have to put out a leveling guide. So give me. We're all just gonna hang out. I'm gonna put on more involved music. So it's kind of vibier. Does leveling as summoning become viable? Not really. You can get through normal, but it peters out after that. Any thoughts on stat distribution while leveling? Yeah, so you always just need enough strength and dexterity to be able to use your gear, and then everything else into vitality. Unless you are like a melee or combat build where you use weapons and then you need more depending on what kind of build you are. Is there anything about being able to wield two-handed weapons in one hand that makes the leveling to set any different to other classes? Yes, you get to use a shield and a leaf as an example. But yes, the answer is it makes it nearly infinitely different. It just kind of depends. You put 20 points into energy? Yeah, that's not typically good on a build that wants to swing weapons. Thank you. I love you.
In the case of nuclear or radiological fallout, people living around potential targets such as military bases and chemical plants may be advised to evacuate. Protection from radioactive fallout will require taking shelter in an underground area or in the middle of a large building. Fallout shelters can be any protected space where the walls and roof are thick and dense enough to absorb radiation.
And if anybody, just whenever somebody asks, I'm literally writing a leveling guide currently, and I just can't show you guys that, so we're just kind of vibing out. If anybody asks. This. Asthma. Primary skills. Going to be this. Asthma chains. Asthma bolts. And Blade War? Sure. What? Okay. Okay. No. Okay. King Christ. Why would you put no points into energy at all if we need mana? You drink mana potions? Like, we'd rather you live and kill stuff slowly than die with, like, a full globe of mana. So you just drink mana potions, typically. What up, Noodle? How are we doing today, sir? But yeah, that's like Painting, that's like the one of the best reasons to be someplace like here, right? Where you can kind of just ask questions. Playing on Xbox is lonely. Did they not enable a crossplay? Are you enjoying it though, Seven? I'm sorry, I didn't see your response. Oh, that's why I'm an idiot. I started at level 1. That's why I needed an extra point.
So, you subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
Sorry, hold on. Thank you very much. Is this open? Free money sale. Thank you very much for the gift sub. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Okay, perfect. All right, I fixed it. Everybody, I fixed it. I'm over it. I don't care.
Is that a grief? No, that is a spirit. Having a fucking blast. They hit all the right buttons. It's freaking great. All right, awesome. Hell yeah, brother. No, sorry. Right now, I'm actually doing a build guide for Maxroll because we have to pump one out real quick. You know if the Eldris attack scales off FCR or IAS? It depends on which one you're using. Some of them use your IAS. Some of them use your FCR. The Echoing Strike uses FCR. Cleave uses IAS. We don't have attack speed breakpoints for the character yet because they're new and they're not understood yet. Just like, I don't know, man. Put in like 100. That's all I got for you. Consuming Tainted helps you break immunes? That breaks immunes? Yeah, Echoing Strike is FCR. About Mirrored Blades? I don't know. I haven't clicked that yet. I mean, you could just click it and then put on like 50 FCR and see if it goes faster. If not, then you know. That's 16. You want me to make planners at each one of them? Holy. Fuck me, dude. Why does Warlock here have so much IS when it's FCR scaling? Because it's not always FCR scaling. Some of them are just attacking with the weapon. That's what I was just describing. It's different. Not every one of them is the same. Okay, so that worked. Okay. Radiment level 16. Oof, why? No. Straight. 18 Blade Warp. Blade Warp. Okay. That's the end of that. Through 2 through 5. Vitality. Six. Seven to 8.
Strength. Level 9 through 18. All to vitality. Dexterity. Okay. We make sure. What up, Raven? How are we doing, Bacteria? Do I think that fire can bind with chaos? I'm not sure what that means. Why my Goatman deal more than double damage in Nightmare compared to normal? Because pets automatically scale with difficulty. Trying a summon build, but not sure where to dump my points, especially while leveling. I mean, they all just go into Goatman, but I would not level. I just would not level as a summon build. I would level as Fire or Miasma.
is supposed to get fixed. No, that's just how pets work in Diablo. In this game. All pets do that. Oh my god. WordPress. Oh! Fuck me, dude. I'm gonna lose it. Well. I'm going to scream. Do they scale back? Yep. It's whatever difficulty you're in, they have scaling relevant for that difficulty. Boiler bud. I hit a preview button. And now my WordPress is just stuck in saving. What's the verdict on fire build? Very good for leveling. Not particularly great in the like early progression, like 75. Not having a great time with it. It's fine. Like it's not going to break or anything. It's just not good because any elemental build that can't shred a lot of res is just kind of like meh on low gear. Yeah, so your personal stash is tied to that character. You have to put things in the shared stash. So that's crazy. Are runes and gems shared? I don't know.
Good day.
You have more than one goat man? Eventually, yes.
Good day.
Yes, they are shared. Hold on. Hold on, that might not be true. These might just be copies of the same character that ended up with never putting anything else in their stash. No, yes, it's shared. Okay, yeah, so this does look hilariously stupid. Before... Oh yeah, dude, the Warlock looks silly in a skull cap. Okay, cool. What is happening? Hey everybody. Hey everybody. I'm gonna scream. So here's what I'm gonna do. So I thought I could do this faster than I can, but I just can't. I'm gonna go ahead and end stream for about an hour. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take like a quick hour or two break. I'm gonna get some work done, and I'm gonna boot up the stream again, and we're gonna keep covering the builds. Alrighty, what up, Taserface? Good to see you, man. Because the tool that I'm using is just rewriting things that I have deleted 5 times in a row, and I'm losing my mind. So we're just gonna go ahead and end stream for right now. Take a quick break. Let me go raid you all over to somebody.
We're gonna go hang out with Woody, of course. Alrighty. I'll be back in a little bit. Don't fret. I'll be back. More testing, more in-depth stuff, better build guides. Rating Woody. I'll be back. I'll be back soon. I'll try to get it done lickety split. I love y'all very much. Not gonna do my typical goodbye. Fuck the government, fuck ICE. I love you all. Treat yourselves well, and I will be back soon.